What's up, Jack? I don't honestly know, maybe another month or so. What's up, Jesse? Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's kind of cursed though at the same time. I mean, you have all this gray area, and then you just see this little sliver of, you know, that of land or water. Up, Sleep Demon. What's up, Joseph? Bedrock Massacre's been going on for 4.5 years, roughly. A little over 4.5 years. And I still have Nether Massacre and Void Massacre, which makes up Dimensional Massacre. Four and a half years of reasonably consistent progress, I would say. I mean, to be fair, this project's taken like 3,000 hours or something like that. I mean, 3,000 hours is also accounting for breaks and stuff like that, so I mean, hard to really say. 3,000 hours is pretty conservative, I would say, of an estimate for the amount of hours. Which, if you think about it, isn't an insane amount of time when you think... I mean, well, it is an insane amount of time, but over the span of almost 5 years, it's not that much, to be honest with you. I've spent more time on other things on average, to be honest with you. I've just held on to the project. That's really the only thing that's... the reason I'm even making progress, is just because I'm holding on to the project. I've held on to it without, you know, taking huge amounts of breaks or giving up or, you know, anything of that sort. Because I'm trying to calculate it, because it's like, it's roughly 50 hours for the Ender Dragon, roughly 500 hours for the Nether. I mean, not Nether, wait, what? I don't know what I get that from, but, 50 hours for the Ender Dragon to repair pickaxes and shovels or whatever. Somewhere around there, maybe more, honestly. I have to calculate that later. Mining ores is around probably around 100 hours for mining ores total. What else is there? Mining, draining, mining, pretty much all mining and all draining is roughly 2,500 hours. Somewhere around that number. And then about 500 hours of that is breaks. Something along the lines of that. Now, that could be a pretty... 2,500 hours is also a kind of a estimate, like a really very, very broad estimate, but I don't entirely know how much. I mean, there is a way for me to calculate it. Still gonna be extremely rough, but I mean, about 100 minutes to clear each. So it's about 100 minutes. Oops. 100 minutes. $431 per minute. Dang. I can actually get up to 7 blocks per second. That's straight though. That's 7 blocks straight per second. That's constant speed. I'm pretty sure 7 is like, I'm pretty sure 5 is probably around my average. Mm, it might be a little bit less than that, though. I don't know. It's pretty close to 2,500 hours. I think, at least. Um, actually, you know what? No, it's not. I know how to calculate this. Never mind. I know how to calculate it. Mining, it's roughly half the mining speed of top layers, so it's half the mining. Draining is roughly half the speed of mining. So if 5 million blocks, so it's 7 at best, or let's go 5, so 2.5. There's a way to calculate this. Also, thank you as well. 2.5 per second. So I have to do, it's roughly 5 million water. Should I be conservative and say 4 million? Divided by 2.5 minutes, hours. $444. Let's round it to 450 just to be safe. So it's 40 million divided by 5 divided by 60. So it's 2. It's wow, okay, never mind. I changed my mind. I'm starting to change my mind really fast of how long this is actually taking. It might be 3,000 hours, including the without the breaks. 2750 without the breaks. Okay, I think I know how to calculate this. It's gonna take a little bit though. A little bit of brain work, which isn't that bad for me, but I mean, it's probably not gonna be that bad. It might actually be 3,000 hours. It might be close to like almost 3,500 hours for the entire thing. It might be 4,000 hours for all 3 dimensions. Which is crazy to think about, actually. 4,000 hours. That's literally everything, though. Including breaks. And ores. And mining. Everything. Draining, mining, moving lava. I'm pretty sure it's around 500 hours of breaks. There's no way. I take a lot of breaks, like 2 hours per stream almost. If it's a big stream, obviously. I'd say of like almost a, probably almost a quarter of my hours is literally just in breaks of streaming. So I'd take the 25 or the 2200, no, the 2600 and divide it by pretty close to... Oh god, dude, that's really hard to say, actually. It's a lot of hours of breaks. It's at least 3,000 hours. I'd say conservatively, it's like 3,000 hours. If you account for everything, it's around 3,500 hours. Just mining alone, though, is 3,000. Yeah, and that's not even accounting for the nether at the end, which is gonna take probably another 500 hours. Because the end itself is probably gonna take almost 300 hours. Because I think I'm gonna be mining the end city and the end. It depends. I may not actually be doing that. I'm not too sure though. I'll figure that one out later. Make it like an Easter egg. In city could be like an Easter egg, but I'm not too sure about that yet. It's another almost 300 hours. Actually, it's probably a little bit less, like 250 for the end, and then another probably 400, maybe 500 hours for the nether. I don't actually even know how long the nether's gonna take because of the lava. I know the blocks isn't that much at all, actually. It's just the lava. Even if the blocks only took like 100 hours, the lava's gonna take far longer, that I know of at least. Because I'm gonna have to do all of it by hand with sand. Oop. So this project, I think, total is like 4,000 hours, if you account for literally everything. If you account for the breaks, if you account for all the mining, draining, and like all the repairing, all everything, it's probably over 4,000 hours. Do mind you though, the nether and the end, probably on their own, is probably going to take like a year for both of them. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Honestly, it sounds a bit weird to say this, but like, how long the nether and the end, how long it's going to take depends on how big the channel gets. If this channel like somehow gets insane, like absolutely insanely big for some reason for this project, I will have a ton more motivation to continue to work on it at least quicker. Then I'm not saying I won't lose motivation doing the project. I'll still continue doing it. It's just the speed at which I'm going to be doing it, unfortunately, because it's like I'm still doing other things like outside of, you know, gaming and, you know, other things like that, or YouTube, I guess. What's up, Kai? I mean, just about anybody could make it happen, to be honest with you. At least when I get really close to it. I have a feeling a bunch of people are going to say something about this. Or like one person's gonna say something and then that's just gonna spiral out into insanity. It's happened multiple times. It's not like it won't happen again. I'm not saying it won't happen, but there's a very good chance it's gonna happen again, but you never really know, honestly. The channel could just dip for no reason. The channel could get big though. Not saying it will at all actually. Because hard to really say on that one. I mean, somebody could literally just post on a on like a forum or something like that or whatever, my thumbnail and then like how long I have left or whatever. And that's pretty much, these thumbnails are amazing for thumbnails obviously. I mean, but for not even just YouTube, just in general, they're so eye-catchy. It could. The thing is, anybody could advertise it. That's the big thing about it. That's why I'm like thinking that there's a extremely high chance. There's probably a higher chance of it getting big than there isn't. I mean, people have shown it through like Twitter and not Twitter. Actually, well, yeah, partially Twitter. By Nintendo Life, but through Reddit and Instagram. But once it's finished or about to finish, then all of that hype for this project might return to the finale, and even transcends past the finale itself to the finish. What's up, Mauritius? Yeah. So I don't really know. It might get bit. It's always the thumbnails. They're so good though, for at least for advertising, which I didn't know they were that good. And the only reason I know they are good, I'm not even just saying that, because of putting a bunch of time. Good lord, putting a bunch of time into them. But the only reason is because one person put on Reddit. So they made a post back in December or something like that. It wasn't the article, but it was like just a random Reddit post. They had a post of just the what is it called? The screenshot of the stream. That's all they had, and that thing barely batted an eye. It only got like a couple upvotes or something like that. But they did the exact same post with, I'm pretty sure, the exact same title. All they did was change the thumbnail, and that thing got awards. That thing went from a few upvotes to a few thousand upvotes at that point. It's like, dang, man, I didn't know they were that catchy. Also, I didn't know thumbnails were that powerful. I mean, I knew they were powerful, but I didn't know they were that powerful to literally shift the entire from becoming a like basically a post that nobody sees to almost entirely seen by everybody. It's kind of crazy. It's like, dude, I just suggested, I was like, alright, just do the exact same title. You don't have to worry about the title. Literally just change the thumbnail. Use my thumbnail. And somehow it got like 6,000 upvotes or something like that. And multiple awards. You know what the funny thing is though? I feel like people are going to use it for their own benefit. Like they could literally use this project for their own benefit. As sad as that sounds, and as how wrong as you would think that would sound, it's actually mutual. It's actually very mutual if you think about it. Because it's like their benefit, because people could be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna advertise this person's channel because I know I could probably get a ton of upvotes or a ton of attention to this post. It's like you would think that's kind of selfish, but at the same time, they're also like I'm basically getting free advertisement as well. So it's like, or those people that might be making clickbait thumbnails, or just clickbait videos of this project. Because to be honest here, I'm gonna be surprised if nobody makes a video on this, even further down the line. It's crazy. It's like those people who make like videos and stuff like that, that use that are gonna be using my channel as like a way to get views for their channel, but it's like that's not actually the bad thing, 'cause it gives me advertisement and basically free, yeah, just free advertisement, which this is probably why a lot of people use like song artists use at least um like why song artists use what is it called? I forgot what it's called, like NCS and stuff like that. Like those type of labels. I forgot what they're called. There's a specific name for the label. But why people use those the no copyright sounds as labels for their music, it's because they're getting free advertisement to it. They're leveraging the larger channels for advertisement, which I might be doing that unintentionally. This channel might actually be doing that unintentionally, which I don't mind. Like, I really don't care that much if people get money off this, you know, this channel or whatever. I just wouldn't mind it. I mean, the only thing that would probably be a huge pet peeve is if somebody was claiming they were me, but I wasn't. Like, pretty much trying to be an imposter. No memes, because I know they're coming. No, that's not supposed to be a reference either. But yeah, that's like probably gonna be my biggest, would be my biggest pet peeve. Basically saying they did the project even though they're not me, in a way. That would be a big red flag for me at least. Everything else is actually kind of fair game, to be honest. I mean, obviously they would kind of have to credit me unless they literally, like basically took, like, there's no way they can't really credit me, because it's like, even if they don't even credit me, people will probably find out anyway that it was my channel that did it, or this channel that has the project. So even if somebody doesn't directly credit, which I'm gonna be surprised if nobody does, but yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much a win-win. I mean, people will find out eventually. Let's be honest here. People will find out about this project. If somebody big does it, even if they claim, even if they don't give credit, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll probably just find the video anyway and just comment on it. You know, they don't technically have to, because I can just comment on the video and then they just pin it or whatever. Because let's be honest here, why wouldn't they pin the comment of the person who's they're making the video over? Yeah, exactly. So people are gonna search up this channel, like, there's no way they're not. I mean, I have my logo at the top too, so there's a reason I keep that there. So if somebody associates this channel with like a fake, they can't really, because I have my channel, you know, with my logo on it and stuff like that. Unless somebody literally makes a direct copy of my channel, which I don't know how you would do that, but I mean, I guess, I mean, it'd take a while because you'd have to download how many terabytes of storage, terabytes of video to do that. Also, the years of, yeah, it's pretty much impossible to, I wouldn't say clone this channel, but fake it. Like, it's pretty much impossible. Unless that person just doesn't, like, unless, the only way somebody could believe it is if, like, you can't click on their channel, or it's just, they just aren't willing to go out of their way to look up more information on the channel. I don't think it's possible, though, realistically. I mean, the best thing they could do is Discord, but even then, I don't even really post on Discord, so they can't really, uh, I'm just saying, if anybody believes, like, an imposter of this channel, they are really I don't know where they would get their information from, but yeah, there's no way, 'cause it's like, there's just no way you can imposter this channel. There's too many variables to keep track of, and they're too difficult to even replicate anyway, so... I mean, there is one way. But that isn't really being an imposter, that's literally just directly taking. But honestly, I don't know anybody who would actually do that to a channel like this, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can kind of see it, but I mean, and what I mean by that is literally just hacking the channel. Not saying somebody wouldn't do it, but I mean, there are channels that, you know. No, there's no way you're getting away from it for a long time, let's say that much. That's the only thing, but even then... But there's nothing I could do if somebody does it, so it's like I can't really expect... I can't expect somebody to do it constantly. Like, expect to hack constantly. That would be ridiculous. I'd have to just react to the situation at hand, to be honest. Yeah, no, like, something bad can happen, but I just don't want to be paranoid of it happening. I still think it's less likely than it actually will happen, though. Like, there's less chance than it actually will happen than it actually will, or, you know what I mean, like, the chances are so slim that it's actually kind of insane, but at the same time, it's like, I can kind of see why somebody would, but at the same time, I really doubt many people would care to do that. But there are some people that would, though, so I can't completely let my guard down at the same time, but you know. Yeah, definitely don't create a wall. I definitely am not creating a wall, I guess, better way of saying it. Oh, there it is. Did you know this is gonna be the last dead bush in the world? Right here? See that one right there? My arrow is, or my cross. That's gonna be the last dead bush, I think. Unless the edge of the world has one, like the other side of the edge or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that's the last dead bush. If that one's gone, then they're gone forever. At least once I finish, obviously, but... What's up, Jack? Also, water is gonna be extinct, when I finish this as well. I can't get any more water in this world. Because I thought you can get water on the edges, but you cannot actually do that. It's not possible. You can't even interact with the edge of the world, not even with the bucket. Fortunately, I'll be getting, you know, other sources of water. Like, a few, like 3 or 4 little water sources for infinite water. but it will literally go extinct. Those last four sources will be the last sources of water in this world, unless I create a bunch of new ones, but... Also, lava will be extinct, once I finish the nether. What's up, random guy? Lava will be extinct, once I get rid of the nether, and then, after that, it's impossible for me to go to the nether, ironically. If I destroy... if I removed every bit of obsidian in this world, it would actually be impossible. There's no source of obsidian. So, after the world is destroyed, I'm gonna be destroying the nether in the end. But after that, I literally have no idea. I mean, I have gone to the nether. I haven't done it very often because I haven't had much reason. The main reason's for, beacons, but that's pretty much it. I think I also have a beacon in the nether right now as well, like one beacon. Yeah, and blaze rods. Mainly the wither skeletons, though. Mainly those. I think those are the only reason I've actually went to the nether, though. I have built a blaze farm that was garbage, because console farms are pretty garbage. I think the one I could build on this world, though, could actually be pretty decent. For console, at least. For a world like this. At least. Fairly certain. Wait, help what? Like the project? I'm almost done, though. I've also kind of vowed to do this thing solo anyway. At least after my friend left. Back in 3 million or whatever. When he couldn't join after a certain point. Because of weird updates and stuff like that. And just couldn't join each other's worlds. We tried joining we could join other people's worlds, we just couldn't join each other's for some reason. After a certain point, we still don't understand why. So basically I was like, alright, screw it. If he's going, he's going to the military, or he's in the military, better way of saying it. Marine specifically. So I was like, alright, well, guess I'll just do this thing solo, and I've literally done it ever since 3 million. And even then, I still did like 99% of the 3 million block. So it's like, this thing is like 99% solo, which is, oh well, it's fine, honestly. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's solo or not. I mean, it's practically solo, though. I mean, if somebody says it's solo, then whatever, honestly. It's pretty much solo. I mean, the last time he's been on this channel was like, what, 3 years ago or something like that? Probably close to 4 years ago. Actually, over 4 years ago, I'm pretty sure. Or at least pretty close to 4 years. Actually, no, I think it has been 4 years, because 3 million was in March 2018. So yeah, 4 years ago. Over 4 years ago. But, I mean, it being solo doesn't really matter that much, to be honest with you. I mean, it's really just about doing this project. I mean, it's the channel that's gonna represent this project. It's not. Because somebody say, because nobody actually even stated that another person was helping me. It was literally this YouTuber, mythical, whatever, has been mining their entire world or whatever. It's like, they're not even accounting for the other person, but there's not really any point in accounting. Like, I mean, they did help with the resources at the beginning, which, do mind you, that was pretty important, but the mining itself, which is obviously the entire aspect of the project, it I mean, it really is like 99.99999% me. Maybe. I don't know though yet. I mean, the Nether and the end won't take that long though. That's the only reason I'm thinking about just doing it solo. Because it won't take too long to do this thing solo. And honestly, it's just really hard to figure out if people will actually be willing to do this or not. Because there's so many variables. I mean, first thing is people have to already have legacy version, and I have to be on. They have to have the legacy PS4 version, which is really rare actually, apparently. Um, because the new discs don't even have legacy anymore. That's one thing. Another thing is the fact that I have to be on to invite another person to play it. So it's like, I might as well just do it solo. I mean, there's no reason. I don't really need help or like really have any reason for help besides maybe making it minutely faster. Very minute. And here's the thing though, I'm gonna be very busy in the future, so it's like, I don't want to juggle people with, it's already enough to juggle the project, don't get me wrong. This project, it's already enough time investment to do this project, so having to manage the project, the channel, the videos themselves, all that type of stuff, on top of managing the people in the server, or in the world, I guess, not even really a server. So it's like, God, dude, I just don't want that extra burden as well. It's gonna be so busy. I don't know how I'm gonna manage the Nether in the end. Even just managing the project on its own, I don't know how I'm gonna manage it, to be honest. It's already gonna be difficult enough balancing this project with everything else I'm doing. So having to balance this project on top of having to invite people and manage people within the project and stuff like that, managing tools, and all that type of stuff. It's like, oh, God, dude, I don't know if I should do that or not. It's like, and I don't even know how I'm gonna destroy the Nether. So it's like, there's also that factor as well. It's like, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm more inclined to doing it solo than not solo, but I don't know yet. I'll figure that one out. I mean, you will well, I mean, the thing is, even if you don't work on the project, you will have a huge advantage because, um, after I finish the Nether in the end, you could also just join the world you could be one of the few people to actually join the world. Like, I'm thinking about even making, like, a Patreon, membership thing, where if you have the versions, the PS4 versions, PS4 version, Legacy, I could do, like, a session, or whatever. session for joining the world. Alright. Because there's no way I can make this a world download. Also, thank you as well. Like, seriously, I don't know what time. I don't really know how much time I'm actually going to have to do the nether in the end. It's going to be actually pretty difficult to time manage those two projects. Like, even on their own, that's not even accounting for the channel and, like, all the new people that are going to be joining. The only thing that's going to make it pretty interesting is probably the new viewers from chat. Maybe. Unless the channel just dies down again after I finish, which... I don't think will happen, but you never really know, to be honest. I mean, there is a way for me to do Bedrock and Java. Like, I can transfer the worlds. But at the same time, would that kind of ruin the project? Kind of ruin the project, at least? To some degree. Sort of ruin it? Because it's like, you can still see how big a legacy world is, though. So it's like, it might still be a good hallmark for the legacy version. So if somebody wanted to see how big a legacy world actually was, I could still make it a world download. I mean, I know it destroys the entire point of the project, or I guess technically builds, if you know what I mean. But if people just want to see what this project actually looks like, what I like, pretty much see what I see, in a way, see like the how much mining I actually did, then they can still do it. So it's like, I may still make it a world download. Somehow. If I can. Good lord. If I can. I think I can, though. I'm pretty sure through Bedrock, like making it a realm, and then transferring to Windows 10 or something like that. I think that's possible. Or I think you could transfer it to Windows 10 from PS4 and then making it a realm or whatever, and then downloading it. And then making it to Java, or something like that. Something along the lines of that process. I don't think you can keep the borders in Bedrock. I mean, it's still the same size as the class. It's the closest you can get, at least, to the size of a legacy version. And let's be honest here, you could have some fun. You could probably have some fun with that area. Like build some insane stuff. Imagine having a Psycraft level hole in your world to build stuff in. But but even thinking about the fact that somebody mined it by hand is one of the reasons why people probably want it as a world download. It may just be a hole, like just a Minecraft like perimeter, but the fact that it was mined by hand might shake people up a bit, even as a world download. Just having that thought in mind, I guess is a better way of saying it. I mean, I was able to take the PS3 version and put it into a world edit somehow. Like, somehow transferring it from, well, PS3 to Java using a universal world editor, and then turning the 1.7 point, no, 1.7, no, what version was it? I think it was 1.17 at the time. 1.17 to 1.12.1, and then putting that into Java, and then loading the world, and then taking that and putting it into the world editor, or MC Edit, I think it's what it's actually called. What people think of as world edit is that version. So if I was able to do that, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to make a world download. Now the thing is, I have transferred this world to Bedrock before. It is not pretty, let me tell you. The borders, the lava comes out of the borders and stuff like that. It can get pretty messy, so I guess if somebody wanted to download it, there'd be some risk to it. Like some obviously some errors in, you know, the way it's designed or whatever, but it is kind of funny people compare this to Minecraft though, but you know, quite an honor, honestly, to compare this project to Minecraft. Oh, I lost quite a bit of coal because of my brain not processing that there's only 2 stacks of coal. They probably could. I mean, that'd be the fun of it. I mean, it happens in Java too, so. But yeah, somebody could have some fun with it. I mean, how many people are willing to mine an 800 by 800 area in their world? So now you could just download a world with 800 by 800. Which, I mean, people could be like, oh yeah, you can just do super flat. But it's like, is that really the same thing though? Is it really the same experience of doing it in? Because the thing is, you'll have all the resources to do other things. It's not like super flat where you're just limited. In that case, you might as well just play creative mode if you're that picky about it. But if you want survival combined with having all the resources, combined with that, you know, having a Minecraft level of hole or perimeter, then you could do that. Because I really doubt people are going to be willing to, you know. And if people wanted to, they could just go the extra mile and just mine the last, mine all the deep slate and stuff like that. Or you could also just play in an older version on Java as well. I think. I think you could still do 1.12.2. I'll figure out something for that. I think I'll just link everything else that I have. If I can even do that. Even then, I don't think that's even possible though, because if you switch versions, I don't know. I'll have to figure that out though, because I think there is a way to transfer the, like, say for example, I get this thing on Bedrock, and then I put it on Java. I think if you switch back versions, I think you can keep everything to Bedrock. Like the bottom layers could be Bedrock, but I could be totally wrong on that one. Like if you go back to 1.12 or something like that, or something of that sort, it's like just an older version. It could be more authentic at least. I don't know. I mean, I think people could have some fun with it. I mean, why not have like basically community-wide access to a basically like almost like survival sandbox in a way in a actual survival world, not just, you know, a super flat. I know it's oddly specific and it's probably not as glamorous or as great as it sounds because you have other options, but I mean, you know, you can still do it. Yeah, 1.14, the village and pillage update. That would make it even more authentic, to be honest. Just go back to the version that I even played in, or that I play in, which is, I think, 1.14.4. Yeah, Bedrock has a massive, I wouldn't say even massive, it's just a bunch of small things that really add up, to be honest. That make the experience or just like, yeah, just the experience just not that good. Especially when we have a better version of that, which is Java. The thing is, though, it's kind of a blessing that that the, the console edition doesn't get updates, because this project wouldn't be possible, to be honest. So, it's kind of a blessing, to be honest, at the same time. It is kind of sad it doesn't give updates, but it kind of, helps me out a bit with this project. Since, let's be honest here, this project's kind of overdue. It's like 11 years overdue, or 10 years overdue. I mean, I'm not even talking about Sword King's project either. I'm just talking about literally mining an entire world. Just that concept is overdue of actually being done. Because nobody's done it, like, actually at all, like in survival. Actually, I don't think anybody's done it. Creative survival, whatever, honestly. Unless you're like, except for like commands. I mean, actually, no, it scratched that. Yeah, somebody's done it. Was it Skippy? I forgot who it was that did it in creative or whatever. They did it with multiple people even then, but that doesn't matter. In survival though. Wait, what do you mean 5 years overdue? Why 5 years? Are you talking? Oh, you mean like? Oh, you mean like just mining the world? Like for you mining the world? Wait, how far did you get? Because I know there's only been two groups of people who have tried it, but I didn't think other people have actually tried it. I mean, there's probably a bunch of people who have tried it, but they didn't actually record anything, or made any progress. No, this project's very overdue, actually in general. Because the concept of mining a world has been in this game for years, like, even a decade, I would even say. 20%? That's actually pretty good. That's actually more than Sword King's progress. And even he had a... Wait, when did you start? Or like, yeah, when did you start, specifically? Just out of curiosity. Wait, why is it 5 years, though, specifically? Because that concept has been for... Unless you're counting IBX Toycat's video, which I guess technically is the first time that project kind of, that type of project has actually gotten into the spotlight 3 years ago. That makes sense. Like, is there a specific reason? Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Wait, isn't that video in 2015? Isn't that video 7 years old? But I do have to agree with you, that's probably, that's like very reasonable, time. Oh, for education, that makes sense. I thought that video was like, it's almost 7. No, that's, there it is. Almost 7, I think. August 7th, 2015. Yeah, almost 7 years. This video is in 2015. But yeah, I'd have to agree with you. 7 years is pretty reasonable to say. Like that video kind of did start this project. Like, I mean, I mean, IBX 2, Sword King kind of made it as a project to do, but IBX 2 kind of just brought it into life, or brought it to the community in a way, or gave it some spotlight, I guess, a better way of saying it. I can't wait to see the amount of people who think I'm cheating in this project, or how many people who think I've cheated by any means. Also, it kind of depends on your definition of cheating, by the way. If you say just creative, then no. If you say duplication, technically yes, but it was like 30 sponges. At least intentional duplication. Obviously, with two people, it gets a bit jank, and you can accidentally duplicate items, which I have done before, but I broke all the pickaxes inside of the shulker box, so that didn't last long. I got rid of some sponges as well. I also got rid of 30 sponges anyway, so I'm pretty much back to my original amount combined with the accidental duplication or the glitched duplication. Because it's like you still have to like go through all this stuff, to be honest here. Because cheating is a very subjective term. You could like, because this project could be anything. Like you can make standards for anything on this project. I'm just trying to keep the like somebody could mine out this world with TNT dupers, which it's funny that people talk about using TNT dupers, but hasn't done that yet. But kind of odd when you think about it. But But yeah, it's a bit like you can consider like even for me, TNT duping or world leaders are kind of cheating because it's like it would completely ruin the original project made by Sword King, which that's why I consider him cheating. I mean, other people that love automation could say nah, but it's like, will it really have the same level of yeah, it's a different opinion for each one. I mean, I could say that it's not really cheating to use TNT dupers or world eaters, but it still wouldn't have that level of impact as it would with pickaxes. Because this project separates itself because it's hand mined. Because imagine if I TNT duped or world eated this entire world, they would immediately just compare and be like, oh yeah, well, I crafted 1,000 by 1,000. But it's like this is something this is something a little bit different than that. So it's like it kind of separates itself, which is probably why it gets a lot more attention. Why it gets more attention uh, than people might expect. You did it with no beacons? What the heck, dude? Did you at least have efficiency 5 and a breaking 3 or whatever? Like the max pickaxes? At least? Because efficiency 5 isn't actually, as weird as it sounds, it's actually not as slow as people think without the haste. It's just that, it's still like almost twice as fast if I remember correctly. Which obviously twice as fast makes a significant difference. Because I think it's 0.1 seconds for a diamond pickaxe with the efficiency 5 on breaking 3. There's also that factor too. I don't understand redstone that much. I've never played with it that much. I mean, it makes sense why I wouldn't understand it. So I don't think I could build something like that in a reasonable amount of time. I remember when I built beacons the first time on this project, I was so stubborn with beacons that I'd only use haste beacons. I never actually used speed beacons for some reason. I don't remember why. I just didn't use them. Inventory management was also an absolute pain after a while. That took a lot of trial and error to figure out what the best, or at least some of the best, inventory management systems, or like just, you know, methods of doing it. Wait, when did you find my channel, just out of curiosity? I'm always curious where and when people find these or my channel specifically. I'm always curious about their point of origin. That's pretty understandable. How much comment it was. I think I remember seeing a comment from yours, but I'll have to look at the update videos again. Oh, you're fine, don't worry. I don't blame you for asking for help, especially considering you used to do the project as well. That makes it even more... I'd imagine, also there were other people that did it anyway, so it doesn't really... It's not that big of a deal, honestly. But it's like, the fact that you have the console editions and you even tried doing this project at all, um, I think it makes a lot of sense. I think you're probably one of the more justified people to actually ask for help, to be honest with you. For somebody who knew about Sword King, tried doing the project, or at least started the project, and has the console edition versions, well, I mean, you kind of have to have, you know, but, you know, it's, yeah. It makes sense, though. It makes a lot of sense why you'd ask. I wonder if I could put this version on the PS Vita. That'd be kind of crazy, actually. Imagine doing this project on a PS Vita. Or like, me finishing the project on a PS Vita. What's up, Shane? I'm almost there. I have this big section to do, and then I have this little small section on the edge of the world. I'd imagine it was a pain, to be honest with you. Less than 10% there. Less than 10%. That's pretty much where I'm at. From a milestone perspective, I guess. Something like that. I will be giving an update though when I get to the final section. I'll give a community post on it. That will pretty much state how it's gonna work, how much time it might take, potentially. Yeah, how much time it will take, how much of a pain it will be. Not pain. I don't know, I'm thinking, well, I mean, it's not gonna be painful, to be honest with you, but, I mean, it's kind of painful having to leave that little sliver off, but I mean, I don't know. So pretty much it's gonna be how long this will take, pretty much gonna warn people how fast this will actually go by, get as many people as you can, and then I'm gonna pretty much make a, pretty much state that I'm gonna make a final announcement for the stream, when I'll schedule it, stuff like that. As weird as it is, I'm gonna do it on a Tuesday. I mean, the only reason is because, funny enough, I think one of the only reasons, Sword King, actually, well, I mean, one reason is because I'm off that day. And another reason why it's kind of weird, but it's actually because of Sword King. He's off on Mondays and Tuesdays. So I was like, you know what? I might as well stream on that Tuesday. Or stream on a Tuesday, I guess. Or finish the project on a Tuesday. As weird as that is, to finish a project on a Tuesday, but I mean... He did say he will join. He'll want to join, or he will join, whatever, something like that, along the lines of that. He said he'll join if he doesn't work. He told me what days he doesn't work. I was like, well, a good thing I'm off on Tuesdays. But I feel kind of bad for the people who won't be able to join, but I mean, honestly, it's like, you know, I'm gonna try to do it like, you know, evening time, like finish by evening or something like that. Just so if people who do have work, hopefully they don't have like a 12-hour shift or whatever, even then, probably have time to watch the stream. I may do evening so people who do have work can get off work and stuff like that, or at least a good amount of people who, unless they're obviously working like a, you know, evening shift or whatever, then they're kind of screwed regardless, but I don't know, something along the lines of that. Because I can't satisfy everybody's schedule, obviously, so I have to just pick something and go with it. And who better ought to work a schedule around, at least partially work around with Sword King, since, I mean, obviously he was the original person to do the project, or at least start it. Oh, you do competitive Smash as well? Is it Smash Ultimate? What do you main? Mario, alright. Don't worry, I'm not much better. Even though this character's really hard to play, to be honest with you. I think people underestimate. Even though this character's really good, this character's really hard to play. To be honest with you, it's not much better. Actually, it's probably worse. I guess depending on what your taste is and with characters, which is Joker. Character's so hard to play in a match, like an actual match. As much as people like thinking this character's kind of busted, they're really not that busted. Arson, yeah, sure, pretty busted, but I mean, even then, that doesn't even last that long, and you can just camp out Arson most of the time. It's such a hard character to play. I actually recently went to a tourney in the last, how long has it been, like 3 years, I think, since I've been to a tourney, and they finally made one in my area after 3 years from the pandemic and stuff like that. Didn't do too well, to be honest with you. I'm probably a bit rustier than I thought. Also, you have to keep up with that character in terms of training. You have to pretty much consistently keep up with that character. It's really hard to, it's really easy to be rusty, I guess is a better way of saying it. Like you can actually get good with the character pretty quickly, but you can get just as good with the character, or get just as bad with the character as you can just as good with the character, which is annoying, but I don't know. I have to train a bit more, to be honest. Smash is actually almost one of the only reasons why I really don't want to do anything else after after the Nether in the end. I really don't have anything else planned for this channel or project. Or yeah, just the channel, I guess is a better way of saying it, because I mean the project will be finished, so. But the channel, I don't have any real like motivation to continue the channel. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I will still comment and reply to stuff and stuff like that. I'll answer questions or whatever. But other than that, I don't really have any other motivation for this channel. I don't know, Joker doesn't seem that good against... I mean, Joker's okay against certain sorties, like, surprisingly good against Mithra. Surprisingly. Um... Mithra and Shulk, which to be fair, I can't really say... I'm extremely biased in that because one of my friends literally plays both those characters, so... I'm pretty comfortable in both of those matchups. It's kind of annoying though, you have to like, adapt your playstyle with that character. You have to constantly be... You have to be in a constant plan of action with that character. You can't just throw out stuff. Well, except for Nair. But, Nair's the only thing you can kind of just throw out. But even then, everything else you really can't, or you just get absolutely squashed by everybody else. Just probably one of the most annoying things about Joker is just the amount of taxation that character really brings. Shulk seems really annoying for Mario. I'm not gonna lie, because Shulk I would think is almost as fast as Mario, and has way more range. The only thing Joker has over Shulk is the speed, and the fact that you could just box out Shulk. Even then, it's still really hard though. You can't respect Shulk at all in that matchup. You will just get destroyed. Like, you literally have to go 100% aggressive. As much aggression as you could possibly muster with Joker, you have to pretty much do it. It's the only way to win that matchup. It's actually a bad matchup for Shulk. You just have to play it in a very precise way, which, to be fair, you can say that about literally every character that Joker fights. Joker really is that, like, you have to basically mold yourself to what you're fighting, what character you're fighting. You can't really autopilot the character, which everybody says that, but I think people understate how important that actually is. Not even how important, how difficult that is, because autopiloting is like, 80% of people's playstyle. So, not having to autopilot that character is a huge roadblock in that. But yeah, I'm gonna just leave the channel on a high note. I mean, yeah, I mean you could use Steve. I don't even know how good Joker is against Steve. I haven't really seen Joker versus Steve that often, but I mean, I don't know. I've never actually even played as Steve online with Joker. I don't think I have at least. I definitely haven't played that character offline, let me tell you that much. I've never played that character offline, not even once. To be fair, I don't play people offline very often, which is unfortunate, which is why I like that I'm moving um, in the future to a bigger city where I'll have more opportunities to go to locals and stuff like that, weeklies. Stuff like that. Actually refine my Joker and make myself not as nervous against other people. Not even just make myself nervous, but make myself just just refine my Joker playstyle in game. Like I can do all the tech. I can do the Joker Infinite. I can do Joker. I can do the Footstool Down Gun. I can do all the drag down combos. I can do all the crazy fair one back airs. Um, Messing around with down gun stuff and momentum changes. Like, I can do pretty much every tactical thing you could do with Joker. I can even do the tether cancel. I can do all that type of stuff, but it's hard to do it in match, which is what I want to do. My main focus when I play other people offline again, or more people offline, because I realized how rusty I was versing other people. Oh yeah, and good internet as well. I think I'm gonna wait till I have better internet. My internet's only like just good enough for anything. I'm probably just gonna wait till I move to a bigger city, and I'll actually have a good internet, at least pretty good internet that I know of in that area. If it's like 50 megabytes, then I'll be fine, honestly. 50 megabytes is enough for me. It really is, though. 50 megabytes is plenty for me. It'd be like just good enough where like everything should be smooth. Like everything I do should be 100% smooth, unless the internet literally just goes straight out. But if it doesn't go out, it should be 100% smooth almost all the time. Obviously, Smash Online, isn't really that great, but, it doesn't happen very often. I'd say for the most part, smooth. Very smooth. It's just the input delay that kills it. Yeah, I think I have Yuzu. I don't remember if I got rid of it or not. Just to save inventory. Save computer. I mean, I guess it is technically inventory space for a computer. Um, but yeah, it's a bit weird. I'm moving in like almost pretty close to almost exactly 2 months from now, so it's gonna be good. Thank God. I can't believe it's only 2 months though. I feel like I barely even applied to the apartment. Like not even a month ago, but it's been several months since I've actually applied. I think it was back in March. I think it was March, somewhere around March. Yeah, I remember now because I was for some reason we were foolishly trying to move in April because I'm trying to move with a roommate, which I mean the roommate doesn't really affect my rent, so I don't know. But it just helps with having a roommate that I already kind of know. He also plays competitive Smash. Well, he did play competitive Smash for a little while. I think he's kind of out of it, but I think if he goes to some, like, play some Smash with another person for a while, I think that fire, like the desire to play the game, will probably come back, at least partially. Which it might happen. He may just focus on his Twitch and stuff like that, whatever he's doing. Also, thank you as well. Oh yeah, the skin mods. I know one of my friends has a dream skin mod. It's like, God, of course you would have dream as a skin mod. Dang, that channel fell fast though. God, that sounds pretty cursed. I remember some people talking about like uh how Mojang should give me a cape for this project, which I'm not gonna lie would be pretty cool. Cause can you imagine a cape that's basically my profile picture as a cape? I mean, it'd be pretty sick, or something similar to it. That'd be such a sick cape. I mean, that would be pretty honorable to be honest. I really doubt if they're gonna care. I really, really doubt Mojang is gonna care, or even Notch, even will even care about this project at all. But you never really know, honestly. I mean, you never know. It's Notch. I mean, people are trying to might contact Ant Venom as well, which, let's be honest here, he might be the first person people contact. He would love this project. It's probably gonna be the most insane project he has ever seen, and that says a lot for Ant Venom. Might literally be the most insane project he's ever seen in this game's history. I mean, I guess unless you account for like building the Earth, but even then, that's like a whole freaking community project that might not even be possible. But in terms of actual completion, it'll be the most insane project you'll probably ever, see or, you know, witness completed. Like a cape would be so sick though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, what are the big names? Somebody said something about, I think it's called React Gaming, I think it's what it's called. It's basically Minecraft clips and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna lie, this project fits that channel absolutely perfectly. Like, actually perfectly. I've seen the channel and it literally fits it almost spot on. I think the only other channel it may fit better is Ant Venom's. Because, let's be honest here, this channel's like, I mean, this project's like made for his channel. And maybe IVX Toy Cat's one, because he used to be a console edition, player, and like probably the most popular legacy slash console edition player or YouTuber out there. I'd say undoubtedly probably the most popular. Echo? Wait, Echo? What do you mean Echo? Echo Soldier? Is that what you're talking about? Or is it somebody else? Oh, are you talking about like the most popular console edition YouTuber? If you're talking about that, then maybe. I'm pretty sure though, Cat was the most, at least at its time. Like when Legacy was a thing, um, I'm pretty sure he was probably the most popular. He was at least top three for sure. There's no doubt. Like you could debate that there were more popular YouTubers that played console, but dang man, he was like actually just Legacy. Yeah. Yeah, no, like Cat was for sure like the console edition YouTuber. Pretty sure if anybody mentioned console edition, most people would probably reference Cat. I mean, it's um I mean, he did everything on console. He did mini games, he did project ideas, or not even ideas, just like theories. He did his Let's Play, which he still does. What else did he do? He did updates constantly. He did like everything on console. Anything console related he would do, like no matter what it was, honestly. He did glitch videos, which he made two videos for Sword King. One of them was for the project, which was, mining an entire world. Um, which wouldn't be surprised if he makes another one on this one, but I don't know about that one yet. I don't know if he would want to or anything like that, but I don't know. He also made a second one for Voids, Void Worlds, like the void at the bottom, like how Sword King, the bottom of his world is uh open. There's no bedrock at all. Literally just void. And if you fall through it, you just die. Actually, no, you don't even die. The game dies. The game just crashes. Oh yeah, and Seed Sunday. Forgot about that. I don't know why I forgot about that. I just don't. Guess I don't pay attention too much to Seed Sundays. If I remember correctly, though, I think this world actually was from one of his Seed Sundays. Oddly enough. But this world was actually a year older than the actual project itself. This world was a whole year old before I even did the project, so which I kind of regret doing. I think two things I would do is I would have like after my friend quit around 3 million, I probably would have just restarted. I'm not gonna lie, I probably would restart at 3 million. I probably could have just started over and done a proper introduction to the project, proper introduction to the project, and a proper tracking of the project in terms of progress, like more streaming or recording, whatever, honestly. Just recording this project or like keeping record of this project. I wish I did that more on the first half of the world. I kept a lot from the second half, just not the first half. I mean, there was a time where I literally spent 3 months without. Actually, there was two sections and back to back that I did no progress, no recordings of at all, only screenshots. It's like, dang man, I kind of wish I streamed more at the time. But even then, I don't really care that much because it doesn't entirely matter that much in the long run. I'm just glad I have enough recorded footage where nobody can really consider this non-legitimate uh way of doing this project. That's the only thing though. I wouldn't say I regret it. It's just that is something I kind of wish I did at the time, but I don't know. Do wish I did document the progress of this project or just kept a record of the project better. I just wanted some record. I didn't really care at the time how much of the record of the project I was keeping, but I mean, to be fair, I've already streamed almost probably 1,700 hours of this project, so, and that's mainly just the second half of the world. That's also not accounting for, like, that's accounting for, like, all breaks and stuff like that, because most of, like, pretty much 99% of my progress in the past quarter has literally just been on stream, so. But to be fair, I was also extremely lazy at that time, so I can't really blame myself too much on that one. Like, really lazy at the time. I mean, this project was literally all I had to go. Like, the only thing I had with me, pretty much. I guess, I don't know if that's a good way of saying it, but it's like, it's the only thing I had going for me, I guess, at the time. So, even then, I still didn't put much effort into it, which was kind of sad, but, you know. I'm just glad I got a lot of progress shown on the second half of the world. I could also just take all the progress from the second half and just multiply it by 2. And that could give me an okay calculation on how many hours this project has taken. Also, apparently I have probably almost 10,000 hours into this game. I mean, obviously there's probably a ton of AFK hours, let's be honest here, but even then, that's still kind of insane. Because I think it was 8,955 hours as of, I think it was July or August of, I think, 2021. So it's almost been a year since that has happened, and that was 8,900 hours. So I don't actually know how much progress I've put into this, but I mean, you never really know. Or how much time I've really actually put into this project. I can only speculate, which is kind of annoying, but I mean, you never know. Oh, wait. So I have, let's see. When did I actually finish this section? February 15th. Mm, no, never heard of them. Or them. Where the heck is this at? Oh, here it is. So 650, 641.13. Dang, man, I've already put, good Lord have mercy, I've already put over probably over 120 hours since the other other streams. That's like minimum. Probably almost 200 hours since I calculated the hours. Probably over 1,800 hours of streaming. It's gonna be pretty close to 2,000 hours of just streaming. And that's only part of the, you know, the first half of the world. Very, very light amount of work for the first half. That's just this project. Can you imagine when I get to the nether in the end? It's gonna be another freaking 700 hours of streaming probably, because I'm probably gonna stream everything. I don't think I'm gonna do any off-stream stuff anymore. I don't see any reason to do off-stream stuff. Like that 2,000 hours is majority of it being this second half. Majority of it. The first half is barely even recorded. So don't know if that says anything or anything like that, but to be fair, there's also a lot of sleep streams and stuff like that. Or not sleep streams, but like a lot of it's, I'll say a lot of it, a good amount of it's sleeping. It's more than you would think. Maybe like 50 hours probably total of sleeping, and then you have another probably almost 200 to 300 hours of breaks, if not more, honestly. But so like 200, like 300 hours of breaks if you account for sleeping and stuff like that. Sleep streams. I don't think it's gonna be 200 hours though. I really don't think it, 2,000 hours, I mean. I could multiply theoretically how many hours it could have been if I kept this, like, level of streaming through the entire project. Which, it's gonna be a lot, but... you know. I mean, what part of this project isn't considered a lot, to be honest? I mean, you could say there isn't that much gravel. Like, I didn't mine that much gravel, but how many people could say they mined almost over 800,000 pieces of gravel in their world? Or how about almost 900,000, almost, about 900,000 pieces of sand? If not more, yeah, maybe over 900,000. Oh, wait till I get to, the nether in the end. If you combine the total blocks, another 8 million blocks of just blocks in general, mining blocks. 8 million blocks of stuff. So if you combine it with the 40 million, it's almost 50 million, um, 48 million blocks just in, pickaxe and shovels. That's not even accounting for the water. It's gonna be over 50 million blocks for the entire project. It's gonna be just over 50 million, which is kind of satisfying. It's like just over 50 million. Even if you delete the, if you take out the in-city. I can't believe that even hit, what the heck. I mean, to be fair, I've always had a slight obsession with mining before this project, to be fair. Like, literally that's the first thing I did in Minecraft. Like, I I'd literally just get the wood, create like 10 wooden pickaxes and go down, because yeah, that was when I first started playing. My leaderboard is broken. Like, it just doesn't record anymore. It's like actually just jacked up. My leaderboard's always been jacked up though, to be honest. Especially my farming. I don't know why, but it's just, oh god. Unless it's changed, but I don't think it has. No, it has not changed. The mining blocks hasn't changed because I know I've gotten rid of more clay than that for sure. Cobblestone, probably not. I mean, the obsidian and cobblestone are the only exceptions, but like, the clay I know I've gotten more than that, so I mean, whatever. For some reason I have specifically 62,000 wheat, but I'm not gonna lie, I probably have way more than that. It's jank. Like, really jank. I know I've killed more mobs than that. I don't understand leaderboards. At least the Xbox ones are still updating. I will give people good statistics, or at least as accurate as I can get statistics. If people want statistics, I will put them in the description of the final video. I will put roughly the amount of blocks I've mined for each block. At least the meaningful blocks, obviously, but I can give a rough estimate, but I can't, that's as far as I can get is a rough estimate. It's still gonna be pretty ridiculous. It won't look as mind-blowing, like, estimation-wise, but I mean, it's still gonna be insane. Like, placing 62,000 torches. Which, I mean, I don't think 62,000 is actually that insane, to be honest, but I guess I think for, like, the average person, that's gonna be insane. I mean, obviously there's people who blow this out of the water, but I mean, whatever. There's people like, oh yeah, I mined more than that. I mined more than that, or I drained more than that. Or I've placed more than that, or whatever. Doubt it. I doubt anybody's mined more than this in Minecraft in general, by themselves at least. Obviously, yeah, I know I didn't do this 100%, but it's pretty close to it. It's like so close to it that it's pretty much it. It's like not it, but it is. Because even when my friend was here up to 3 million, he still didn't do that much mining. He probably only got like 100 or 200,000 blocks into this project himself. Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe like 500,000 at best. But that's still at best. Absolutely, that's like, it's kind of giving him a ton of credit there for mining. Now, I'll give him a ton of credit, like, I'll give him as much credit as possible for the resource gathering. He's like the main reason why I have some of these resources. Or how I found out about certain systems, or ways of doing certain things, how to gather resources quickly in certain ways, how to use villagers well. All that type of stuff. I don't think anybody's close to this. The most I've seen somebody mine, I think it was like 22 million or something like that. 22 million is the most I've seen somebody mine with pick uses. And that server was literally just pure mining, so that doesn't say anything, I don't know what does. And it was on Java too, which makes it even more difficult. Actually makes it way easier because I mean, first is you have an Enderman farm that repairs pickaxes super quickly, or you can make one. And the way you can mine is way faster too. Like you could mine probably almost as twice. You can almost probably mine twice as fast in that version. But yeah, that's the most I've seen somebody mine, recorded at least. Obviously, I don't have record on how many blocks I mine, but once I finish this, people will know. Like, I may be barely above where people are, like, record-wise, like, statistical-wise, but I think once I finish the nether in the end, it's gonna be a final judgment of the most blocks mined. For sure, honestly. I almost have no questions on that one. And I don't think anybody else will question it either. If somebody thinks of who has mined the most in this game, this person or this channel should be it. $3 million? 20%? You've mined way more than that. If you've mined 20% of your world, that's like almost 11 million. So either your calculations earlier were off, or actually, well, either one of those calculations have to be off because 11.8 million is a quarter of the world, so somewhere around that number at least, which is almost 20 million, or it's close to 20%. That's a lot off. Either one is, it's hard to calculate this project though. That's one of the biggest things I actually liked about the way I did this project was how I sectioned everything off. Like the way I calculated everything. It at least kept the project stable so it didn't make it messy or hard to calculate. Because after a certain point, it would be impossible. So I had to pretty much plan everything out ahead of time to do this project, which was annoying. I pretty much had this project for almost entirely planned out by the quarter of the world. Like almost entirely planned out. Now, in terms of time-wise, I had the entire thing planned out by the beginning of the project. I knew exactly how long I was going to do this project for. Pretty much, almost exactly. I just knew, I didn't know how long it would, like... Now, I wasn't 100% certain, but I was pretty certain about this taking 4 to 5 years, which pretty much spot on that one. I think I said 5 years. I think I said 5 years at worst and 4 years at best, but which is pretty close. Yeah, I don't think that's 20% though. Maybe like kind of like what Sword King did, which is like 50, he did like 15%, but he has the last 3 layers of the entire world mined out. So that's already what, like over 2 million on its own, and then he has 2 other walls which are about 6 million, which adds up to around 15%, I think. Somewhere on that number. It's like between 12 and 15 or something like that. It's pretty close to 15 though. I don't think that's 20% though. 20% is almost a quarter of the world, which if you think you've mined almost if you think you've mined around 10 million blocks, then yeah, you could be pretty close, but if you don't think you've even came close to 10 million blocks, then Yeah, I don't know, honestly. It's kind of funny because I actually calculated it for Sword King because he didn't even know how much progress he was making. I told him his percentage or rough percentage. So you did wait, so you did the last 10 layers of the world? Also, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds very inefficient, to be honest with you, but also that sounds really cool though. I can't even imagine what that would look like. That sounds pretty cool if you think about it. If that's the case, then you definitely did I think you did. Yeah, no, that's actually even more than how much is that? That's like 7 million. Okay, so I think you did roughly. Yeah, you're pretty close to 20%. That sounds ridiculous to think about actually doing the bottom 10 layers of the world. It sounds insane, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's like 7 million blocks. Pretty close. I'd say that's pretty close to 20%, especially if you count the top layers. Wait, 7 million. So like to put in perspective, 4.8 million is 10% of the world, so you're like what, like 15 to I think you've made roughly the same progress as Sword King. Actually, you've made I think almost exactly. What's up, Arvis? Which was funny because I told him his percentage. He said he was very reassured of his project or reassured of his progress. It's like, dude, you're reassured. You've made one video in over a year over this project. Like I get like you want to put a ton of progress into it, but you may not be able to put a ton of progress into the project at once. That's what I'm doing. I'm just holding on to the project. I'm just making bits of progress, especially when I'm off. Especially when I'm off. But even when I'm working, on days that I work, I get a bit of time to do progress. That's pretty crazy, actually. To do that without beacons, pretty insane. I mean, to be fair, Sword King did do what, like almost 3 million blocks without beacons or something like that. So I mean, I can totally see it, but it's like that is still pretty crazy. I mean, even Sword King eventually resorted to beacons after he finished the last 3 layers or whatever. That's still insane though, doing 7 million blocks without beacons. I can see mining like a 100 by 100, which is it's kind of funny because it's like a 100 by 100 is only like 680,000 blocks or something like that. It's like, dang man, that's just kind of sad when you think about it. You should see how small a 100 by how small my first section was. It was a 50 by 200, and that doesn't look like it doesn't look like 1.2 million. Wait, no, that was before 1 million, I think. That was 680,000 blocks. There we go. 680,000 blocks. It is puny, let me tell you. It's actually sad seeing this section, what it looks like compared to this. It really shows how big this world is. Not just how big the world is, but how much I've mined overall. Because when people see like a 100 by 100, they're like, oh god, that's pretty crazy. And then when you see it on this map, it's actually sad when you see it. Because for some reason, people think that this is a old size map. Like a 128 by 128 map. Oh boy, are they wrong on that one. Like, they couldn't be any more wrong on that one. Wait, let me calculate that. A little over 1 million blocks. Little over, just slightly. So like, they're comparing a area of 128 by 128 to that only contains 1 million blocks compared to a world 800 blocks width and length that contains 48 million blocks roughly. I mean, come on, my freaking my nether is contains like 6 times as many blocks roughly. I'm only confused because this does not look like the maps on Bedrock. This doesn't even look like Bedrock. I could see somebody confusing this with Java, but not Bedrock. I just don't see it. I just don't understand that thought process. Like, where is the thought process in that? Are people just so conditioned with that version, they just think every version is that version? I think this is a second layer. I could probably get one more layer done today. That'd be good. I'm not gonna lie though, it sounds kind of nice to do it on the Vita because it's to go. At least you could take it to go. Instead of having to sit in one spot. Or one area. I guess that would be a pretty nice advantage for you know, a project like this. Can you imagine if somebody mined an old world back on Pocket Edition? Like, I'm talking like the very, um, like the very old Pocket Edition world, like 0.6 and stuff like that. The very old Pocket Edition, uh, pretty much right after the light. It was like right when Pocket Edition was even becoming a thing on the phone. Can you imagine if somebody mined that 128 by 128? That's even possible in that version? Because there was no mending, no villagers, no anything. I don't think that may not have been possible at the time, unless you literally did it with your fist, or you just got a bunch of wooden pickaxes after you broke all your diamonds. Yeah, like that old version. Like, can you imagine trying to mine that at that time? Or if you did mine it, I wonder how many people would actually believe you. Actually, well, they kind of would have to, because there's no... I don't think there was any way to cheat that system, because there was no redstone, so you couldn't do it by any form of automation, so... People can't use that card, that trump card, or that card in general, they can't use it. So yeah. So, couldn't even imagine how crazy it would be to do something like that. That could be probably harder than the Farlands project that's been, you know, that brewed around the community till, what, June... What was it, June 19th? No. When did Kilo go to the Farlands? I don't know, somewhere in June 2019. Yeah, like, that would have been a legendary project to finish at the time. Like, actual legendary project at the time to finish. I'm not too sure if it would be on the same level as, like, the Farlands, but I mean, it was totally possible to be on that level, to be honest. I don't know, though. It's kind of weird, though, because I've actually always thought about the fact that the Farlands, that Kilo finally, or when Kilo got to the Farlands, how impactful that project was for the community. That it was more impactful now than it would have been if he did it, like, a few years back. I don't know, there's something about it. I think it was even more impactful the longer he actually waited. You know, there is somebody who's actually going to be trying to mine an entire world, right? I'm pretty sure. They said after I finished, they were going to try to do it. I forgot who it was, though. There was somebody specific. They had a name that I don't remember at all, actually. They said something about it. They were basically like, screw it, I have nothing else to do, I'm really bored, so they're like, okay, after you finish, then I'll start mine, or whatever. I'm like, okay, good luck on that one. Good luck doing that. Especially if you're doing it by yourself. It's kind of weird though, because I think this is going to be that project where nobody actually goes out of their way to do it, besides me. I mean, besides Sword King, if you don't count him. If you don't count him because he's already started or whatever, but I don't think anybody else is really gonna, if that is, if Sword King doesn't, like, pretty much if Sword King doesn't have the guts to finish this project, I don't know if anybody else will. This might actually be a once in, at least for a long time thing to happen. 1%. Yeah, it's alright, see you, Arvis, and thank you as well. Dude, there's gonna be, I just thought about it, there's gonna be so many people spamming those pickaxes when I finish. I mean, if you're willing to finish it, you can. It's just, I don't know if anybody else. I mean, I'm not saying it won't, because I mean, it's the internet. I mean, let's be honest here. Just about anything can happen. The fact that one person got to the far lands and then like like four other people got there within what, like 2 years or whatever, kind of says a lot, considering this project was considered impossible. So it's like, I guess if I prove this is possible to people, they might go out of their way to do it. Or Sword King may be motivated to finish his. I have no idea. But yeah, it's a bit it might happen. It's far less likely though. I don't think he is either. I mean, I wish he would just take the small victories. I tried to tell him to take the small victories. Like, I was like, okay, you'd be surprised if, you'd be surprised at how much the little small amounts of time actually snowball. He was like, yeah, I agree. Well, if you agree, then go and do it. It's like, dude, just take the small victories. Like, you don't have to put 80, you don't have to put 40 hours a week into this project, even see reasonable progress. I'm not saying you have to put in no progress. You don't want to pull a Kurt J-Mac and spend like 60 years doing this project, but you also don't want to, you don't have to put in 60 hours a week to do this project. Like, you really don't. Yeah, I'd have to agree though. I just don't think he's really that motivated to finish this project. As much as he says he wants to finish it, just, oh god, dude, I don't think so. There's no signs that he actually like has the motivation to do the project. He really doesn't. I mean, the only reason he even recorded a video of Operation Bedrock is because it's a 10th year anniversary. And he keeps saying he wants to keep coming back, but he never actually does. And he keeps saying that over and over and over again. Yeah, exactly. It's like, find your own pace to do this project. You don't have to put in, it's like, don't don't fall into the all or nothing, it's almost like a fallacy, actually. It's like, because I don't have all the time, I shouldn't finish, or I can't finish it, or I don't want to finish it, or whatever. It's almost a fallacy. It's like an excuse. It's like the, sunk cost fallacy, in a way. It's almost like that type of fallacy. Or even it being a fallacy at all, but you know what I mean. It's like, because I'm putting, I need to put in all or nothing to make any progress on this project. It's like, no, you really don't. I don't know why he doesn't, though. He just keeps denying it. I mean, that's the main reason why he doesn't do it. It's because he just keeps denying it for and over again. It's like, dude, please, just say you're not motivated. Say you don't want to do it for once. I mean, I could even admit that when I took my 3-month break, like, 3 years ago or whatever. I mean, he does get help, though. He has friends that join pretty consistently. You'd think that at least give him some form of motivation. I mean, you would think that the community, the fact that it's probably his most popular thing on his channel, um, like, well, his community combined with, like, how popular his, uh, project is compared to the rest of his, things that he does on his channel, And the fact that he has friends to help him through the project, it's just like, dude, just please, just admit that you don't have motivation to do the project. And he can't say anything about burnout because, I mean, he's literally had an entire year to do anything on the project. There's no way you can get burnt out that much. Like, I get burnout, but honestly, I think burnout, I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I'd say 80% of the time it might actually be an excuse for people. As sad as that sounds, as much as people will probably hate me for that, but honestly, it might actually be your own fault for burnout most of the time because you either don't have good enough motivation to stay through the project or stay through anything, or that grit through whatever it is, or you're just being really lazy. It's like you either don't have good motivation or you're just being lazy. It's one of those two is why burnout even happens. Also, not balancing other things, obviously, but that's something different. That's kind of your own thing if you're not balancing anything well. Because, I mean, you have the choice to balance things in general. I mean, you can ask him. You can ask him if you want to help. I mean, you have all the versions, and you could show him screenshots of your world or whatever of your project on doing it. So at least he can see that you have some like trust with doing the project. But the thing is, he's not balancing at all. He's like neglecting it. It's like he's denying his motivation towards it. But if it's like, if you just actually just balance that with other things, that's why taking the small victories actually matters. It's because people aren't willing to grit through the small little things that they have to deal with projects or goals or tasks or whatever. Or getting through life even. You can go that far, honestly. That's why going numb is important. You actually have to go to numb. It's like not everything needs to be motivation. Going numb is fine when it comes to doing stuff like this or projects or lifestyles, dieting. Just make it a lifestyle. Where you have to pretty much make it some form of lifestyle, or at least incorporate it into your lifestyle. That's why people don't diet. They aren't willing to go numb to the process of actually dieting themselves, or they're neglecting their wants in general, which is causing an imbalance, which is possibly causing burnout. Or because, external forces are forcing them into, not doing that one thing that they're trying to do. Because they're letting the external forces. I'm not saying this is 100%. Some people don't have a choice in certain areas, but there's always a way to make it out of it. To some degree. I mean, I'm not saying always. There's always those extreme exceptions to the rule, but I mean, those are extreme exceptions for a reason. I'm talking like average person. Wait, what do you mean with the, some say he's doing it by himself? What do you mean? Are you saying, like, people are saying he's taking a long time because he's doing it by himself? Is that what you're saying? That type of thing? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, like it doesn't really. Wait, has somebody really said that? Because he's not doing it by himself, but has somebody really said that because he's doing it by himself, he's taking a long time? Because, I mean, first thing, that's not really true, but it's, and another thing is just because he just doesn't. I mean, he's literally, like, pulling a Kurt J-Mac in a way, where he's, like, taking a long time. Because, I mean, come on, like, here's the thing, when it comes to projects like this, it's like, there's one thing in saying that, oh yeah, you're just, why are you taking shorter amounts of time than insert that person? It's like, well, this person's focused on the journey more than this person. That's not always true, though, when it comes to making progress, and stuff like that. That's especially true for this project. I mean, for Kilos, it was a bit different. I mean, he did kind of, you know, brute force that project. Um, I mean, he only brute forced it after Scenic was, you know, going extremely quick and catching up, but yeah, so I'd say, guys, just because one person takes longer than another person doesn't mean the other person's doing it non-stop. Have you ever thought about the fact that the other person's just doing it really slowly? Like, dang, my guys. At least, like, think about that one. But no, there's this extreme bias towards the person who's, you know, going slower for some reason. Yeah, like, I've definitely, I mean, it's literally the reason I even started this project. Like, this project was literally because Sword King took it was from, what was it, 2016? It was somewhere in 2016. I forgot what it was. It was his, I think it was episode 265. If you're curious about when I actually started this, like when it clicked in my mind to start this, it was, I think it was 265. Give me just a second. It was something called Made My Decision or something, or I've Made My Decision. I'm curious on the comments of the 10th year anniversary. Which one is it? Yeah, it's episode 265. That's when I started it. When I actually started the process of like trying to do this project. It started around this area. Because it took him 10 months from episode 265 to 266, if I remember correctly. It's pretty close to it, at least. It's somewhere around 10 months. So literally the reason I was like, alright, this person's literally taking nearly year hiatuses for this project. So I was like, you know what? I like mining quite a bit, like obsessive. And so I set this goal to attempts. I really didn't have many other goals at this time, as sad as that sounds. And I started gathering resources between September, roughly September, October. I technically mined a section, but that really wasn't part of the project. I mean, it is still technically part of the project, but it's like, not really, because it's like, I didn't actually commit myself to actually making the project. The project basically started when the channel started back in, I think, December 9th. 2017. Wait, why did you want his thumbnail? Did you just want it for like the... Did you just want it for like the video, just for your own thumbnail? Like, not for any specific purpose for Sword King? You know, I really wonder if you started this like you started doing your project, I wonder how many people actually started this project, considering you completely flew under the radar because of not really having any that I know of recorded footage. And I could be totally wrong on that. You could actually have recorded footage, but I haven't seen it looking it up before, because I've scoured the internet for people who have done this project on Google or YouTube or whatever, honestly, and didn't find anybody besides Sword King. I think there was one other person and maybe another person, and then what was it? That group of people who did the mine. I don't know if you've seen this video, but it was by Aiden. It's called Mine Out the World, or Mining Out the Whole World, or something like that, in all caps. It has like 65,000 views. It's yeah, just type in Minecraft mining the world or whatever. Put it in caps so it makes it easier to look at or find, because my videos kind of take up that space now, that SEO space. Thank God my videos finally have taken over that space or that keyword. If you want to know another video that flew over the radar, or under the radar, it was got by a guy named Knife. I think that's what it is. I think it's just Knife. It's called Operation Excavation. You've probably seen this video before, but it's called Operation Excavation. It's the same project, it's just the person who owns it has that video on it. So it's like, it's not really I don't know how to explain it, but they were like 6 million blocks in. I think it's Knife or it's something. Here, let me see if I can find it. I'm just glad I have these keywords down. If somebody can't find my channel, I'm gonna be highly disappointed. Okay, here it is. Yeah, it's actually Knife, because it's K-E-N-I-F-E. Yeah, I composed it. If you're wondering, this video specifically is literally the reason why my showcases are like this. Like, I actually took inspiration from this video. Unfortunately, I had to find things that aren't copyrighted, but because this song is copyrighted, but it like literally is the reason why. Hopefully this links works. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very hard video to find. Unfortunately, it kind of just fell. Like, there's also a second video of them destroying a jungle, but I mean, yeah, it's a that video right there is like the main reason my videos, my showcases and or update videos are like they are. Is literally because of that because of that one video I saw. I mean, it makes sense though for a showcase like that. I mean, not gonna lie though, that was a pretty mind-blowing video at the time. When was this made? 2016. Like this blew Sword King's project out of the project. They absolutely blew it out of the water. In terms of block count, at least. This was like actually mind-blowing at its time of finding the video. I was like, holy Christ, I can't believe a group of people mined 6 million blocks on this version or whatever. Then yeah, that's pretty much it. So Sword King started the project, or like motivated me to actually start the project because of how, slow he was actually doing the project. And then that video helped with the update videos, like motivation to make the update videos. I probably wouldn't even be making update videos if it wasn't for that video, honestly. Did anybody finish on Pocket Edition? Because there are so many people, or I wouldn't say so many people. There have been like 3 people on my streams that have said they mined an entire old world on Pocket Edition or whatever. No recorded footage at all. They just say that they lost the world or something like that. It's like, dude, you gotta have some footage of the world if you want to say you've mined an entire old world before. Seriously. Too bad you can't even mine an old world anymore. That I know of at least. Wonder who else has done this that has flew under the radar. I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard to find new people, like people, like underrated people for this project because I take up so much of the SEO for mining in this game, for like mining a world, that it's really hard to find because all my videos are just plastered on there. I mean, it's kind of funny seeing, at least you had screenshots. I mean, some people don't probably didn't even have that, honestly. It's like, saying is one thing, but showing is another, honestly. Like, you can't find any other, you have to like scroll to the bottom, or you're gonna have to post it by, put it by, view count. Yeah, just put view count, like filter it by view count and just go all the way to the bottom. That'd be pretty cool to see. Post it in Discord. think people would enjoy that. Wait, when did you start? And when did you stop? Do you remember specifically? I'm actually curious if you actually had more blocks than me at a certain point. I mean, to be fair, Sword King had more blocks than me, and all these other people, obviously, by the time I started, because I started after them. But, you know, I'm just curious that when you started, and I was curious about, like, how long did this actually take you? Or how long did you actually work on this project specifically? If you even remember, to be honest. What's up, VB Fantastic? 2016. That makes sense, considering you said his videos were between 240 and 270, or when you started. Probably. I mean, you did technically start, like, if you started back in 2016, I barely started in 2017, so I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly. When I started, I mean, it's kind of a weird comparison because it doesn't make any sense because you did start before me, so I mean, so it doesn't really make too much sense if you think about it, but I mean, actually, you know what? Here's a great comparison. When did you, like, not finish, but when did you, like, sell your PS Vita or whatever? Like, when did you stop on the project? If you even remember that, to be honest. 2019... What did I have? I'm pretty sure I had more blocks, at least when you finished. Because I think I had more blocks at the time. Because I was at, because I know 2019, it's June 15th, 2019 is when I had 25%, which is around 11 million. So yeah, it was pretty close. That pretty much means that if you'd have kept continuing, you probably could have finished it the same time I think it finished. Actually, no, that is not correct because I forgot. I put way less time into it back in the first half of the world. Changed my mind on that one. Because it took me 1.5 years just to get to which I've still been stupidly consistent at the time through the project. I've been actually really consistent for some reason. I didn't think I'd be so consistent over a almost 5 year period. Like each quarter has taken almost roughly a year, which is kind of sad to think about. The last quarter should not have taken a year, but I mean, whatever, honestly. At least I'd say short term, I was short term I was very inconsistent, but long term I was very consistent. For the most part. I'd say I was pretty consistent. Like, I don't know what standard I'm really basing it on, but the fact that each quarter almost took exactly a year, considering the amount of stuff I've had to deal with for the past 5 years or whatever, 4.5 years, kind of says a lot. It'd be hard to explain what I've dealt with in the past 5 years, but I mean, yeah. So it's a bit weird. Oops. Okay, I thought I was going crazy for a second there. I don't think you would finish. If you did it off and on for 3 years, there's no way you would finish by now. At 20%? I mean, if you booked it for the last 3 years, then yeah, but I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I'm at 90. Okay, so I have around probably like 4 or 5% left on this. And I think 4% left on this section. Almost 4%. Or I mean 4% left on this section and I have 2% on the next one, so it's like 6%. So 94% total is what I've mined. Yeah, 60, 70. It would take you nearly twice as long, because it's like, if it took me from, if it took me 1.5 years to get to 11 million, and it took you 3 years to get to, what, like, 7 million, 8 million? Then yeah, it would take, yeah, you could probably already figure out where this is going, um, with how long this would take. It'd still take you probably over a decade to do, which actually sounds ridiculous when you think about it. Okay, if you started when Sword King started, then yes, I would say you probably finish. You'd finish by now. Which is kind of weird when you think about it, but God, this project's so insane. It's funny though, because you can actually get this project done in like a year and a half if you do like insane amounts of work. Like you better be booking it for a year and a half straight. You better be working like 50, 60 hours straight for a year and a half to do this project. I mean, like, to put in perspective, Fig, if you remember Fig, do you know Fig? Or Figonomics, or Figonometry? That dude, the person who walked the world border and the edge, the corner farlands. Um, so pretty much it'd be like the equivalent of walking to the far, like, to put in perspective, the Farlands takes around 900 to 1,000 hours, 800 at best, but which was considered impossible at its time. Fig took 3,000 hours to walk to. This is like the equivalent of walking to the world border and the corner far lines back to back. If not even more, because I mean, I actually really don't know how much time I put into this. It's probably actually close to almost 3,500 hours. So it's probably a little bit more than, you know. Also accounting for his breaks and stuff like that. So his 3,000 hours may not actually be 3,000 hours. Just like mine isn't 3,000 hours, technically. But, I mean... But yeah, it's basically a mishmash of both of those projects combined just to make this project. It's not even counting the nether or the end either. We're not even factoring that in terms of the amount of time. Factoring in the extra 500 hours into, you know, that. So pretty much if you wanted to walk, if you want to do this project compared to the Farlands, you'd have to walk to the Farlands with, if you account for everything, breaks and everything. It's like you'd have to go to the Farlands like 4 times over, which is kind of absurd when you think about it, but I don't know. Now, the thing is, I mean, yeah, this project puts like the Farlands in terms of distance or insanity to shame. It does put it to shame. But the level of recognition from that project alone really makes up for a good amount of it. Now, maybe, I don't know. This could get even, I could get even more recognition than Kilo did for walking to the Farlands. Just purely because of memes and just the legendary status of doing this project. But I don't know though. It could make up for it. It just depends on how much I blow up when I finish, or when I'm about to finish, or whatever. Like this, the insanity of this project may actually, it might actually make up for the the significance of the Farlands project. I could be totally wrong on that one, but I mean, you never know. It could just fall flat, which is a not very high likely option, but it could happen. Doubt it. I feel like the internet is going to force this project down people's throats if they like it or not. Let's be honest. It's crazy. I mean, this is to be fair, this is like the most dedicated thing I've ever put in. Like, this is the most dedicated I've ever been to something, ever. Not surprisingly, especially if you put this much time into it, it kind of should be the most dedicated thing you do, I guess, or that I've done ever, actually. Nothing has even came close from a dedication standpoint. Not from a motivation standpoint. I've been far more motivated into other things, but I've never been dedicated as much as this project. Like anything else hasn't even come close. Not even close. can't even think of a single thing I've actually been dedicated to that even pales into comparison to this project. As sad as it sounds, but I mean, is it really that sad, to be honest? At least I know the formula to, you know, doing difficult things or getting things done. It literally just comes down to devotion. Putting in the work without expecting return. That's literally it. That's like the key to this project. If you could just devote yourself to the point where you don't expect anything in return, which, I mean, to be fair, this project's easy to do that with because you already have a set goal, but even with non-settable goals, like goals that you can't see or like aren't tangible, the same should apply because it's like everything takes a definitive amount of time, regardless of if you can even see the progress or not. So, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of odd in that way. So I was thinking like, okay, if I could put dedication like this into something, wonder what I can do with other things after the project. Even after the nether in the end, obviously, 'cause, I mean, those won't take that much time. Not nearly, at least not nearly as much as this one, but, you know. It's not gonna take that much longer. Actually, it won't take longer at all. I mean, like, for example, Pippin made a video, I don't know if you've seen it, him mining his entire end. It's the exact same end as that person's end. Um, took probably around 130 hours, minus 10 hours if you don't account for the unnecessary hoppers that he has on his world. So 120 hours. 120 hours, and then I take in the end city island, which is the exact same size, which is around 120 hours again. Obviously not accounting for the obsidian pillars or the end cities, which, I mean, those shouldn't take long at all, to be honest with you, but about 240 hours for those total. Maybe 250, maybe up to 300, depending on how long the pillars take and the end city takes. I'd say 300 at estimate, accounting for like repairing pickaxes and stuff like that, because I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do something like that, which I'm probably gonna just build a mob grinder in the overworld, to do something like that, to repair my pickaxes. And then, it's probably gonna take like 400 to 500 hours to destroy the nether. Maybe 500 hours if you account for like the lava, which hopefully that's not a low estimate, but probably might be. I don't really know. I just don't know how long the lava is gonna take, so 500 hours might be actually a pretty nice rough estimate. Could be totally wrong on that one though. I can do that. I may do that actually. I'll see I'll see how fast that is actually. I'll figure that one out after I finish the overworld. Actually, after the nether. I'll experiment after I finish the nether. I'll experiment with XP. Methods. Because I don't actually know what's going to be faster, that mob grinder or villagers. Because I know villagers give a ton of XP though, so... Especially if you combine it with the cleric. Yeah, quite a bit. What's up, Twelvo? Estimated finish date? I don't really know. I hope to finish it before August. At least finish before August. I'm not going to say I'm going to finish it in July. I'm just saying hopefully I finish it before August. I'm trying to set my projections a little bit different instead of saying specific month. I hope August, or I hope before August, but even then that's a very, very big stretch. XP farms aren't that good though. I think the mob grinder might actually be the only good mob farm. Because it gives so many types of mobs, because I have to leverage the spawn rate of console edition, which since, to be honest here, it's not that good for one mob. But when you have multiple mobs, it can get pretty crazy. Like, for example, I had a mob, little mob box. Actually, I'm gonna show you it. Oh wait, no, it's way too far away. It's like a little brown, you've probably seen it before. It's like just a little wooden box that I have, wooden and cobblestone box. And it has, it's like 25 by 25 area or something like that. I don't really remember. I was going up levels at level like 70. I actually crashed my game because of the amount of entities on the ground. Like, they would actually just straight up spawn as soon as I killed another one. Like, if I go into one area, they'd spawn immediately into the other side of the box. Which, this was only a 25 by 25, by the way. That says anything about how fast those mobs can spawn. I've actually thought about doing it. I actually didn't do it for the hype train, ironically. Not say ironically, but just that wasn't a specific reason. I mean, it's kind of a coincidence that it might become a hype train, but to be honest with you, it's a pretty nice hype train though. But it was actually because of the beacon sizes. Look, the beacons only go 100 by 100, so or 50 by 50 on each side. So 150 on that side and 50 on this side. So yeah, that's why I had to do it, because of the weird, you know, areas that for some reason the console editions have, which is 862 by 862 for some reason. I actually thought about saying, that actually. I thought about saying finishing, at least finish by the end of the year. That was something I contemplated on saying, at least. Like, that should be at most. If I don't finish this by December 2022, I'm gonna be genuinely shocked. Yeah, it's kind of crazy though. How much is actually left? I'm gonna get so nervous when I get to the second part of this, part 2 of Road to 100%. It's not really going anywhere right now. I was trying to figure out what projects to do, and I'm trying to figure out like which path I actually want to go. Because I was thinking about just getting a Network Plus, like CompTIA Network Plus, and just go into IT like entry level right now. But I'm also thinking like I also don't want to rabbit hole myself into general IT jobs as well. So it's like I'm not too sure, but I do know what I'm doing for projects. At least I have a general idea for projects, and I got enlightened by people and people who hire people for not like actually like a YouTuber. I mean, not like a real person, but like an actual YouTuber who gave advice on like what to build for projects. And yeah, my project ideas have changed a lot, to be honest with you. So I'm going to switch gears and figure out something else to do for that. I already know kind of an idea. It's gonna be pretty simple. Um, Hopefully it's effective. 658. What's the score? Or what do you have to what's the requirements? I'm guessing it's like 750 or something like that, like the A plus was. Because I don't know what the requirements are, I'm not gonna lie, like the scoring. So I'm basically going to take this company, a tech company called Print and Click. I'm basically going to take they have their own website um, that eventually I'll design their brand name, their new brand name for their website. Fortunately, it's going to be a while, so I'm going to try something else. I'm basically going to take their website, a template of their website, or at least certain things they want out of their website. I'm going to make different types of websites. Like a social media website, like advertising their social media platform, what they do, um, a like standard business, like a sales page or whatever, not sales page, a landing page, for example. Um, what else is there? I could do a brochure if I somehow figure out that. Just basically just different types of websites, pretty much. For the same company. So I'm basically I'm using the template, but I'm just gonna, because somebody kept saying, someone like a YouTuber kept saying, don't do gaming, like don't do games or simple applications for for your portfolio, but just do websites for your portfolio, which makes sense though, because it's like, what's the best way to show your skills, applicable skills for a business? Well, I mean, the only thing that you could possibly do is websites, because it's like, I mean, unless you do something like super ingenuitive, um, that breaks, yeah, something that really goes out of the park in terms of creativity or something like that. But in terms of just general projects, just building different types of websites, not even just websites. I'm gonna build different types because it would show a broad range of like ways of formatting things, skills, all that type of stuff. I don't know. That's the best idea I could think of, at least from a good portfolio website. Obviously, there's a portfolio website itself, but I mean that's gonna be different. Yeah, I've been kinda just going back and forth with IT and software development pretty consistently. I may still do my Network Plus, to be honest with you, but I don't really know yet. I still want to learn networking, at least finish learning networking since I've already started, so not too sure yet. Yeah, kind of what I was thinking. Because it's like web development's so good though versus general IT. I mean, what, general IT literally just has what, like, it has system support, which will make it what, like 16, $17 an hour, maybe 18, 19 if you're lucky. And then there's like network technicians, which make like 20. And then 20 to, if you can even get that as an entry level job, like if you get lucky and have that as an entry level. And then everything else is like way higher up and it takes like over a year to do it. But web development, you could make like freaking 25, $30 starting with no experience. And then you could just rank up, or not rank, but you know, like increase salary, like double salary within a year or whatever. No, you do not need to learn math for um, IT or uh, programming. 18. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm thinking like, why would I go down that rabbit hole of IT when I could just go and do a web development and then I could branch into other forms of IT after the web development. I just don't see the reason of going into entry level IT. At least for me personally, it kind of depends on like what you really want, I guess. Like, do you want physical, hands-on problem solving, or do you want software logical based problem solving? Basically comes down to that. Do you want to work with software, or do you want to work with hardware? So it's like, I think software makes sense a little bit for me. To be honest with you, I've never been much of a hardware person, to be honest with you. So I mean, majors computer engineering. I mean, that fits IT perfectly, pretty much. Actually, it kind of fits both of them pretty well. Mainly IT, though. It's quite the change. I mean, you could do, like, marketing. I mean, computer engineering kind of fits IT. I mean, it doesn't really fit software development. It does fit IT, though, to some degree. I would think, at least. I mean, I don't know that much about computer engineering, but I think it at least somewhat fits that realm of like if you want like if your first interest is computer engineering, then you'll probably like IT. I mean, if you're going to school for software development, then yeah, you'll need math, but in terms of actual reality of the job that I know of at least, you don't really need math. It's literally just building applications and problem solving for people and building applications and problem solving over and over again and running into a wall over and over again. You know, that type of stuff. So, I mean, it depends on if you want to go into development, you just want to self-teach yourself something, then do development. But if you want to do like probably a career, like if you want to do a degree, then probably information technology. That I know of, there probably isn't much math. I'm gonna be surprised if there's much math in an information technology degree or networking or cybersecurity even. I would be genuinely shocked if there was much math in any of those, in the IT domains or security domains or whatever of, information systems. Because it's kind of weird that information systems is like contains cyber security and information technology, contains and like business processes and stuff like that. Like it really shouldn't have much math, but like I would be pretty shocked if it did. I mean, to be fair though, I understand why math is in software development because it's like math kind of covers principles within software development, but realistically, you're really not gonna probably cover those unless you go into like game development. I guess it's probably why why they do those math classes because they're like, okay, not everybody's gonna just do web development, so we have to prepare them for um, like game development or uh, back end even some back end. I would think mainly just game development, to be honest. Machine learning even or they're just cash cowing, or you know, because it's education system. I mean, which degree doesn't cash cow? Let's be honest here. Especially when you have forced electives onto you in engineering. Can you imagine having a film class for engineering or nursing? Yeah, because that does happen. It's just so annoying. It's like, dude, why do you need a film class for engineering or write an essay for? I guess writing an essay is okay, but film class? Yeah, don't you love the education system? There's a reason why I'm self-teaching myself stuff, not going through that, whatever that is. Kind of funny though, because the system's excuse is probably like, I would imagine the system's excuse is like, oh well, you gotta know this stuff before, or you gotta know this stuff. It's not, it wouldn't hurt to learn it. That's probably what like every, person who even backs this stuff is. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to learn it, but is it worth it for college, especially for how expensive it is? I mean, you could also do like an associate's degree in web development as well. That might actually be the best. That I know of, it's probably, I think, the best. I'm pretty sure it's at least top 3 best associate's degrees in web development, if I remember correctly. Because it's so good if you think about it. 2 years for a bachelor's level salary, or almost bachelor's, depending on what degree you get. Now, I wouldn't recommend people go self-taught in a field like IT or tech, or yeah, just IT or programming or anything like that, because you can get lost very quickly if you aren't careful with things. Very, very careful. When it comes to getting lost in the information sphere. Because the thing is, here's the other problem with IT in general, like the IT route, like just the general IT route, is there isn't that much provable skills that you can actually learn if you think about it without experience. It kind of falls into that trap of like, how are you supposed to get experience if you have no experience type of thing? IT kind of falls into that trap, sort of. You just have to get super lucky with what the company is, but fortunately, software development, that already has proven skills. Like, you can prove your skills with software development pretty, I wouldn't say easily, obviously, but you can at least do it. And it's much more concrete than, say, they at least know what they're getting into. Like, depending on your applicant. Like, they at least know what they're getting into with your application. Unlike IT, where it's like, oh yeah, skills in Python or something like that. It's like, all right. I mean, there's virtual labs, but even then, I don't know how much people actually value virtual labs. Not saying there aren't all bad classes in college. There's like the core subjects, but unfortunately, the cash cow with the elective classes or random classes that you don't even really need, which is like, wow, guys, you're really gonna squeeze money out of people by forcing them to take classes that aren't even necessary. But they'd be like, oh, well, I guess their reasoning would be like, oh, well, they're gonna broaden their range of learning or broaden their range of like interests. It's like, yes, totally. It's not like I'm going into this field for no reason or anything like that. Alright, see you 12-0. Alright, that sounds like a pretty good pager though. How to go through this pickaxe so quickly? There isn't any reason for me to have this Steve skin, actually. I just have it. I just don't have a favorite skin, yeah, pretty much. Slime man. It's pretty cool. Oh, really? You actually have a VOD? Or from it? Yeah, you have VOD from Smash. That's pretty cool. Alright, see ya, Kai, and I'll see you later. And thank you as well. Pretty much, yeah. It's quite surprising. Yeah, I did 3 layers. I think I did 3 layers Tuesday, 3 layers Wednesday, and now 3 layers Thursday. Which is weird because it's only like an average of like 100,000 blocks or something like that. A little over 120,000 blocks average. Not too much, honestly. What do you mean confused? No, it was north, and he had two sides of the world mined out. He had the north, yeah, north and east, and then he had south. Or I mean, he had the west and south left, or something like that. Because he's, if I remember correctly, he's making a cross within the world. I remember in his world, he's making a cross and then mining the middle parts of each of the crosses or something crazy like that. No, the third side was what he showed in the video. What he was mining was the third side, which was the west side. He was partially into that one until he took his year-long break or whatever. He did a couple episodes. He did like 2 or 3. I think it was when he had COVID, actually. Something like that. Something along the lines of that. You may not have been, because it was only for a couple episodes. It was like 2 or 3. I don't know, he just had this spark of motivation, then he lost it within like a month or two. It's like, dude. It's like, what happened to that motivation? I think it was just because, you know, he still has this all or nothing attitude with this project for some reason. Dang, how do you do 70 hours a week and still barely have leftover? I mean, I get being rigid, but dang, man, like, gotta celebrate some victory. I mean, wasn't that the reason he made the staircase? Like, even at my job, I was working 60 hours a week at one point, and I was making, like, almost twice as much. I went from making 1,400 hours, or 1,400 a month to almost 3,200 per month. No, the rigid part is about yeah, the rigid part of it, the rigid part is about Sword King and him being rigid, but isn't that the point of him making the staircase? So he can actually show progress or feel like he's making progress. How do you feel like making progress when you make no progress? I don't understand that. It's like he wants to make progress, but he doesn't make progress because he's like, oh, I don't have enough time. But it's like, dude, you stream daily. You stream daily, like almost daily. PewDiePie, Tuber Simulator. You have no reason. I guess he's like, oh yeah, I want to mainly do this on Operation Bedrock, but I want to like partially do other parts of my channel. It's like, dude, you really can't hope for going full time on your channel unless it's already growing. Or you better change up your formula to making better videos or more intriguing videos. What what was your salary? Or what was your hourly for this job? I'm guessing it was like minimum wage. There's no way you were making above 10 and still barely making it with 70 hours a week. I already know how much you can make with 60 hours a week with $12 an hour, so I couldn't even imagine working 70 hours a week and having more than $10 an hour at least $12 an hour. Because that would get me probably over 3,500 per month. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm probably underestimating bills, and I don't know your bills, but still, like, that's so crazy. Dude, what kind of bills do you have? I made 3,200, I made 800 a week at $12 an hour. It's 60 hours per week. I couldn't even imagine making 50% more than that. Do you have like state taxes or something like that? And how much of those benefits do they take out? But that's insane. $200 per week was taken out? I mean, to be fair, that's extremely significant, but it's like, dang, man, that's a lot to be taken out. Oh, you actually have state taxes? Oh, yeah, no, never mind. I'm sorry, yeah, never mind, I remember now. State taxes are insane. Thank God I don't have to deal with state taxes, fortunately. I don't think I have to deal with the Social Security either. I just have to deal with, like, insurance and stuff like that, or whatever it is. I really just have to deal with, like, insurance, or whatever it is. I forgot what it was. It was, like, specific taxes that I'd be taking, or specific things. I know it's mainly just federal taxes and, mainly just federal taxes, to be honest. I mean, everybody gets taxed for the job. I mean, nobody's tax-free. will have taxes taken out of you regardless of your age, that I know of at least. I mean, unless it's literally not a federal job or something like that. Like, unless the job is itself is like a family, if it's like a corporate W-2 job or whatever, I think it's what it's called. W-2 based job, then it's going, taxes will be taken out of you, taken out. You know, I'm kind of glad I understand the pain of working above 40 hours a week. It is an actual pain, I'm not gonna lie. Like 60 hours a week? That was insane. For something I really didn't, since I was focused, it made it even worse that I was focusing on other things. That's what made it worse. It probably isn't that bad if I wasn't truly, like, focusing on other things outside of work, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't say get out of taxes. I mean, tax bracket is higher, but it's not high enough where it makes it. I guess after a certain point, which I've heard it's like 75. I would say if you get like, let's say if you make like 50 grand per year or something like that. If you had taxes taken out of it, even if it's a higher tax bracket, it's not nearly as significant as if you made a very low income, like $12 an hour, and you had taxes taken out of it. I guess if you're like at the bottom of your tax bracket or like even the bottom of the bottom tax bracket, it's far more significant than a bottom of a like the second level tax bracket or whatever. So it kind of just depends on how much money you're actually um depends on how much money you actually make versus their tax bracket versus how much you need. Because after a certain point, it gets to the point where regardless of your taxes being taken out of you, or like regardless of having the taxes out taken out, it shouldn't affect anything to your day-to-day life. But when you make these lower paying jobs, it sucks everything out of the job or the money that you make. Because I mean, you are barely scratching by, and if you're barely scratching by combined with taxes, it just, oh god, this stream just flashed. Oh yeah, repairs doesn't help either. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, honestly. To be honest. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can't entirely understand that, but I definitely understand that influence could be very bad. Long term. Because honestly, my parents, I mean, don't get me wrong, they like drank alcohol, but it wasn't like to the point of like, you know, getting in insane fights constantly. I'm not saying they haven't gotten in fights, but it wasn't like everyday type of things. Like the influence that drugs can bring is kind of insane. At least I'd imagine it'd be that insane. Because I mean, to be fair, your parents are technically your role model, so I mean, I guess unless you had siblings or something like that, but even then siblings, it's more like competition, because they're usually at the same level for the most part. Like, because I mean, obviously they have technically the same starting hand, but it's like what they do with the hand, competing against each other or whatever, you know, that type of stuff. But your parents are like the role models, but so if you don't have good role models, then yeah. I mean, my part of my family is kind of already doing that, to be honest with you. Like, not my immediate family, but my, you know, guess my next family, like grandparents, grandpa, or grandparents, and uncles, aunts, stuff like that. You know, that I don't even know what it's called. Like, it's not like immediate family. It's more like extended. I don't really know. Oops. I don't specifically remember what it's called. If there's even a term for it. I have no idea about drugs and like their effects. Literally just like alcohol and smoking. Those are probably the only two things I kind of have an idea on what they do, psychologically speaking. I just don't know about the other ones. I mean, I know the other ones could really screw up your brain. And when I say smoking, I'm talking like cigars, weed, stuff like that. Anything you could really smoke. Maybe not meth. Obviously not meth though, but I mean, you know. The they're not even gateway drugs. They're like just, you know, casual. I guess casual, like like what do you call hard drugs? These are like soft drugs, I guess. Like, I don't know. If you go based on that terminology. I think in about a month it'll be the first time I actually have weed. Not a month. It's like no, 2 weeks. No, is it June or July? June? I think it is June. Sorry, 2 weeks. I'm like, whatever, honestly, I'm gonna try it. At least try it. I just want to see what the heck it's like. Just to see how it feels, I guess. But I mean, I doubt I'm gonna have any other source of. Yeah, like that's. Yeah, I'm curious about how that's gonna feel. I know alcohol, not the best feeling, so I'm guessing weed. Oh wait, no, weed's a stimulant. Never mind. Change my mind on that one. Wonder how. I really wonder how that's gonna affect me then. Cause I know how caffeine affects me. But I wonder how alcohol. I mean, I wonder how weed, if it's stimulant, then it does at least similar things psychologically. I just wonder how it like physically affects me compared to psychologically. I wonder if it's actually that relaxing. Because the thing is, for me, it's like the reverse. Oh God, it's hard to explain, but it's like, because like caffeine makes me insane. Um, actually insane. But it's like, I wonder how like the physical effects versus the mental effects deal with like if they're both stimulants. I wonder how that works. Yeah, there's so many factors. It's kind of hard to even determine how I will react to it. But I mean, I never like the effects of alcohol, to be honest with you. It's kind of dragging. Never like that draggy feeling. But I mean, obviously, weed might have something similar. It's just that weed, I would think you have a bit more control over it. Like that draggy, like, it's like groggy. I don't really know how to explain it, but it's like slow down in a way. It's like a kind of annoying feeling. I've never liked the feeling of alcohol because it kind of like, it has this weird limitation to it that I can't really explain, that I don't like either. So yeah, that's my not my experience, but I've just never liked it. Yeah, I've thought about that actually. It's like I know that so it's like a weird mixture of like caffeine and alcohol where it's like it gives that dopamine from like caffeine or like that rush from caffeine, but it gives that like chill feeling from alcohol. Is that pretty much? I wonder if it feels like a runner's high. Because I've had a few of runner highs and they are amazing, but I don't know. I wonder if it's similar to it. If you ever had those before, they're pretty sick. They're pretty rare though. You basically feel like you're unstoppable. You could push a mountain. You could run in eternity. Alright, see you, McInnes. Okay, so it's like a mental version of... So it's similar to it, but you're not like getting the benefit of the exercise. So it's like the same feeling or similar feeling, but it's without exercise, basically, in a way. Stronger? Oh god. I remember feeling the runner's high. It was pretty strong. I can't even imagine it being that much stronger. Okay, I think I understand, like, an idea of what it might feel like. Does it depend on the dosage, though? Or is it pretty potent, even right off the bat? Yeah, I can imagine. But I always thought about that as a psychological thing more than a like just the effect of it itself. Like it's hard to explain why. I could use cognitive functions and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna do that, so. Oh dang it, missed an entire. I mean, I'm not saying that like that oh never mind. I was reading the comment wrong, but hey man, I'm eating more chests. Holy Christ, man. So you basically think you're like invincible in a way, but you're not actually invincible. Or at least you think you're using your cognitions or your mind better, but you're actually not using it better. Oh, that's interesting. So it's like a mental runner's high in a way, where it's like runner's high is basically where you physically feel invincible in a way, almost like a painkiller, but a mint like, but weed is like a mental high like that. That's pretty interesting. Imagine if you had both. That'd be terrifying. Imagine having caffeine and weed. You get that freaking adrenaline rush combined with the mental rush. Actually, you would actually be. At that point, though, if you got that adrenaline rush, you actually wouldn't be hallucinating at that point. You'd actually have that mental strength at that point, which would still be terrifying, but so it's like a mental shortcut in a way. It just makes you enjoy things better, kind of in that way. sort of. It just enhances, or at least it feels like you enhance your cognitive functions in a way. Or your cognitive preferences, I guess you could say in this case. So if you get comfortable with that sensation, you're basically gonna have no... Wait, that makes a lot of sense. That's why people who are going nowhere go with weed. Cause if they have no passion or anything like that, no passion or, like, good experiences, they kind of just enhance their already experiences. That explains why people who usually do weed don't really go anywhere. Like, or at least anymore. Like, they lost their ambition. I guess that makes a lot of sense, because it's like their ambition is enhanced artificially. Instead of actually finding their own ambitions, they sell it to weed. Like literally and like psychologically. I really wonder how it's gonna affect me actually. I'm kinda curious. For somebody who doesn't for somebody who doesn't really, I guess you could say, get bored. I mean, I'm not saying I don't get bored, but it's like, it's really hard for me to get bored on things. I wonder how that will affect me. Because I know people are way worse at handling boredom than I am. Or at least they get persuaded by boredom way more than I do. So I wonder how that affects it psychologically. I wonder how that would affect me. Most of the time I just analyze what's happening in my head, so that makes it even more interesting. I already analyze what I have in my head, so I wonder how, like, my thoughts will change over time. Wait, how does it... Is it when the effect wears off, or is it, like... How does it induce anxiety? Is it, like, after it wears off, or is it... So is it like a mind trick where you think you're hallucinating, but you're actually not hallucinating? I think I understand what you mean. So basically it's like, okay, I'm gonna hope that this effect, hope that I get this effect, but I actually don't get the effect, so you constantly think about, is that something like that? Where it's like, okay, you're doing something difficult or something like that. But isn't it, didn't you just say it makes you think that you can hallucinate? So, or is it literally just like you're trying to alleviate, but it make it worse because you're not actually hallucinating? So it's like you're just constantly thinking about trying to hallucinate? Is that pretty much a better way of saying it? But you can't hallucinate, or you aren't hallucinating? It's like an attempt to, it's like a hope. The hope to hallucinate, but... So basically it's like a dependency. It's like... You're anxious about everything, or you're anxious about everything unless you're stoned. Is that basically it? Like you basically can't do anything without it, or something difficult without it, so it causes that anxiety. Or whatever it is that you're trying to be dependent on with weed. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't hallucinate, but you're trying to hallucinate with it. You're trying to be dependent to weed. Is that basically it? Or are you saying that you get the anxiety from the weed itself because your reality is warped? So like the weed itself causes reality, causes that reality warp, which causes anxiety. So it's like a side effect of weed. Sounds kind of weird when you think about it. So how does the high itself be anxiety inducing? That doesn't really, aren't they contradicting to each other? Don't they contradict each other? Doesn't a high reduce anxiety? Or are you talking like um, anxiety on like the body? So how does it increase anxiety? If it usually reduces, how does it increase? Is it the warped reality, or is it something else? Like, why would something that reduces... How, though? How does pretty much making yourself high increase anxiety versus reducing? Is it just a byproduct of the high, or not byproduct, but like just an opposite effect for some reason? I, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how does a high... I still don't know what you're saying with the... So the high itself just makes okay, never mind. So basically it just increases your thought patterns in your head. Oh God, I might have to end the stream. Alright, I think it's back. No, it's not. Maybe? Is it still buffering? I mean, obviously you can't hear me, but if it is buffering, I don't think it will be. Okay, so what about it? Okay, you talked about how, like, it can put you in anxiety, but constantly thinking, because it increases your thought patterns or just thoughts in general, but what if you're somebody who already thinks constantly? I start new conversations in my head, new thoughts constantly. And I'm not even anxious. Like how does that affect somebody who's already constantly thinking or is inside their head and constantly thinking? I guess a better way of saying it. I mean, would it enhance possible anxiousness? Like if I was anxious towards something like performance anxiety, or if my worry was there, like yeah, just my worry about anything could happen, let it increase those two things, or I mean, or at least if they do occur, they could happen, or something like that. Because I'm kind of curious if it would do the reverse. Because I already constantly think and make new thought patterns and stuff like that in my head, or not make new thought patterns, but reuse thought patterns and rethink about things constantly. So I don't know. I'll figure that one out. I know how the different sides of the mind work, so at least I know my own sides of the mind, and I know how they affect me. So I wonder, I may even figure out, like, obviously I'm going to be analyzing my thought patterns, so I'll see how if they increase or they decrease or something. Because the performance anxiety and the worry, I pretty much have control over it at this point. So I wonder if I do somehow lose control of it, it would make it worse. But that's only if I lose control of it, obviously. Because it's like I already stay in my head most of the time. I'm basically like, I stay in my head most of the time, which kind of screws me over most of the time. So it's like, would it make it worse? Or would it actually enhance, or would it actually balance me out for once and actually put me, less in my head and more in my body? I would think it puts me less in my body, or sorry, less in my mind because of, cognitive transitions, but the way how that works, because it's a stimulant. So I'm kind of curious at what that actually does, at least for me specifically, considering I have a pretty rare cognition set of cognition preference, or pretty rare set of cognitive preferences, so I'm curious at how that affect me. At least that we know of it's rare. I mean, it may not be actually that rare, but I mean, that we know of it's rare. So I'm kind of curious. Like, I've seen alcohol, I mean, it makes me just sluggish. like really sluggish. It's really annoying actually. It's like I already have focus though. That's the thing. Like I already have all the focus in the world, unless you mean concentration, which those definitions obviously are two different things. But you know, so it increases focus, which is thought process. Focusing is thought process, and physical is concentration. So keep those two terminologies in mind. So if I already have pretty much all the focus in the world and something increases my focus, how does that work? Would I just keep what I think more than I already do? I'd put myself even more in my head than I already am. So it's like, how would that work? Or would it do a reverse effect on me? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to experiment. Just with weed in general. When I go to my friend's house or whatever, because apparently that's what we're doing with one of my friend's cousins, or at least one of the main things we're doing. Okay, that's actually slightly terrifying. If it can do both, I would rather not stay in my head even more than I already do. Because, I mean, I already stay in my head probably 95%. Of my life, so maybe a little bit less now. At least recently, I've been able to control being in my mind versus body. So I mean, at least I have control over it now. So at least I know when I'm in my body, like when I'm controlling like physical, like concentration versus focus. I know how to get both of those down pretty much for the most part. It might benefit me. I'm not too sure though. I generally don't like any form of stimulant and depressant because I want to control every, part of my cognition and improve my cognition myself. So, I at least it'll be interesting to figure out if maybe I'll get more enlightenment of my functions this way. Oddly enough as that sounds, but I'll be trying to analyze as much as possible, body and mind. That is. I'll try to analyze both and see which one I'm more like accustomed to when it comes to weed. Because I definitely know the difference, especially recently. I understand the difference between both of them, so. Well, it's because God. I mean, to be fair, if you're liking weed because of it's getting rid of your depression, then you're kind of just like taking a weird shortcut to certain things. I'm not saying all depression. I'm just saying like certain, actually pretty much most depression, probably majority of it is usually circumvented through, usually can be fixed, usually through time, but it's kind of a shortcut because it's like you're just trying to make anything more lively, which is kind of sad when you think about it. So it's like, nope, I'm not going to get that dopamine on my own, or I'm not going to, do anything like that. So I'm so depressed, so I'm going to be like, oh yes, I'm just going to make everything more lively. Not saying that this is the reason why people use it for depression, but I'm fairly certain this might be one of the few reasons, at least for depression. Like, I could imagine it being fairly helpful for a very short period of time, but being dependent on it, I don't know about that one. So wait, I'm just gonna mention, if it's a physical or mental, uh, like form of stimulation, does it actually stimulate, or is it like, is it still hallucination? Because God dang it, if it's just a hallucination on its own, then it's completely pointless. Because it doesn't actually do anything in certain scenarios, but I mean, it may alleviate the pain of depression, but what are you gonna do after the pain is gone? Or what are you gonna do to, like, help the depression instead of just covering it up? You're kind of just covering it up, if you think about it. In some cases. Not saying, like, I mean, you can be covering up. Not saying it's, like, all the time covering up, but, like, I think a lot of people could use it. It's too tempting. I would think it's too tempting for people. So, wait, what was it? What did I say? Oh, I was talking about, like, how depression could, be, like, could just be a crutch, I guess you could say. Like, weed could be like a crutch for people instead of actually, like, trying to figure out how to get through the depression itself. Oh. I'm not saying, like, every person who goes into depression does this, but it's like, if you're gonna just only use it as a crutch and not figure out anything else, then it's like, what are you really doing to get through it? Like, I'm not saying it's bad to use it as, like, a crutch, at least temporarily, but after a while, it's like, you gotta be strong enough to get out of it. Figure out a way to get through the depression instead of just, like, you know, just pushing through with weed. Because there's usually always a way out of depression. And usually that is time. But most people aren't willing to wait that time to get through it. Or they aren't willing to solve their own problems. That's the other thing. It's like, depression is usually lack of problem solving in your life. Not always, but I'd say for the most part it is. Obviously some stuff isn't in your control, but there are some things that are in your control with depression. But the things that are in your control, people still aren't willing to go out of their way to solve their own problems in that case. Which, that's pretty much what I did. How I got through my depression. I just took it and, you know, took the depression and then just kept learning about things, about myself, just kept learning things. I've actually thought about this. This is kind of interesting, but, I've actually thought about this. Why people are bad at handling depression. I think they're trying to push through it with passion. As weird as that sounds, instead of education, people need to start using instead of passion, people need to start using education as a way to get through depression. Because you being depressed, not saying all the time, but just people being depressed, they may not just have enough information about their situation to get out of it. So it's like if they have the information to get out of it, then they can get out of it, get out of the depression. But if they don't have it, then they're just gonna try to push through it with passion, or like in this case, it's heightened cognitive senses. Kind of interesting. I don't know. I just think about it. Because you can't really have a passion without information if you think about it. Like, how are you supposed to find a passion if you don't actually know anything within that general subject or whatever it is? Or even the subjects that you're trying to get into in the first place. Like, how are you supposed to find it? I mean, this is why education is boring. Why the education system is boring, because there's no passion. Because education itself isn't a passion. It's like the passion is what drives um, person interest in a subject. But the learning itself isn't the passion, it's just the subject itself, you know what I mean? Hope that made a little bit of sense, but it basically just comes down to so it's like, okay, you don't have a passion, but it's like, do you know it? Like, what are you passionate about? It's like, I don't know. Well, you can find out what you want to be passionate about if you did information. That's basically what it comes down to. Honestly, yeah, I can actually see that. I'd imagine. If my, okay, so like imagine if it does the mind the brain what's it called? The anxiety, not the anxiety. The hallucinogens, not the like the concentration, but the mental state, like increasing that, and then just spilling gibberish to people like non-stop. I could actually see that happening. Get some caffeine and you can really I could speak yeah, speak at like the speed of sound or light even. And see that one. But yeah, you can't have passion without information, because information. I mean, why do you think like children can find passion so easily? Because it's like it's the first thing. Usually, people are like, children are passionate about like some of the first things they see is because it's the first thing they actually see from information standpoint. They gain the information on a subject or something like that, and then like, oh well, I like this, and then they just learn about it. Which actually makes me question that developing brain thing. If children actually don't learn more, but it's more like they're just more motivated to learn that specific thing because it's the one thing they actually know about within their life. You know what I mean? Because like you think of like me and you or something like that. We have a ton of different like pieces of information and stuff like that, but we don't have a huge passion. Like we don't have that driving force. Also, we don't have the time either to spend the time to explore the passion. But a child does, and it has thinks about it constantly. So it's like you're thinking about the fact that the developing brain isn't that you learn more. It's just more like you're just more involved in the thing, which I guess increases your learning. But in itself, the evolving brain doesn't increase the amount of information a baby or child can actually store. It's more like they just are more intrigued by it, so they're gonna learn it more than say a person who's like 20 or something like that. Holy Jesus. Oh yeah, Gary V. I remember Gary V. There's a video I need to send to people who are graduating. It's a video I've been waiting 4 years to actually send. It's basically like a motivational speech with graduation. And I think that quote I think is almost in that video actually, or at least it's very similar. Because to be honest, here he's kind of a broken record, but it's actually a good type of broken record. I mean, he has stated that he just speaks about the same thing over and over again to different locations, and then those people just have to take action. I think he stated that multiple times, where it's like, what are you doing listening to me say the same thing over and over again, or whatever, you know, go do whatever, do the action. I gave you the information, you go do the action. Yeah, exactly, it's muscle memory. It's like, since you have no muscle memory, times will, or you have so much muscle memory stored up that time will just, yeah, your brain will autopilot things. That's why some things go by so quickly if you're autopiloting. But if you're constantly learning something to a point, at least, not always. I mean, I think the reverse could also happen as well. If you're so involved in whatever you're doing, time will actually go by faster. Like for example, parties and stuff like that. So it's like that weird middle ground where it's like if you're super in your mind and you're autopiloting, it will go by just as fast as if you're super involved in whatever it is. It's kind of weird if you think about it. Time will go by. It's only when you're like bored or you're in that middle ground where you're like not super ecstatic, but you're also not like numb, I guess. Like I've been talking about with the numbness. Um, Time will just go by slow. It's like a resistance. If you're like resisting life, it's gonna go by slow. But if you're actually enjoying and exploring life, then it'll go by faster and you'll be more involved and learn things. So the boredom isn't there anymore, or at least it's reduced. I kind of see where he's getting at with the stable job thing. Sort of. I guess it kind of depends on like your lifestyle. Because remember, he is an entrepreneur though, so I mean, he's gonna sell that entrepreneurial mindset of which it makes sense though. But at the same time, don't you need? I mean, you kind of need some stability while you build up your entrepreneurship. Like you need some stability. Like I'm probably just gonna get another dead-end job at where I'm working, to get web development skills. That's pretty much the plan. Unless I can somehow get an IT job right away, which would be actually okay. I would take that. I would take an IT job right now, and build up software development skills. So like it's basically you put in the work. I mean, he talks about putting in the work, but it's like you can't just put in the work only. You need some kind of stability. You need some kind of independence. You need some form of I think he has like half the coin in this case. Which to be fair, that's what people sell are half coins most of the time. Um, but that's it's a bit weird because it's like you need that stability to some degree. You need something stable to work on something after, or like while you're working on something. You need something valuable to other people so you can actually find something you actually value. Like you want to do something you actually want to value, you've got to at least have, unless you're like in freaking high school or something like that. Or you're like a freaking 13 or something like that. 13, 14 even. That's probably the best time to actually do it, but good luck finding enough information though, or good luck finding enough passion to do something risky like that. Ooh. Um, to do something risky like that, without enough information to begin with when you're only 13 or 14. Don't get me wrong, I like entrepreneurship. It's just like, it's hard to start it because of the risk, but at the same time, it's like, you can risk, but you also have to have some kind of stability to fall back on. You always have to have that safety net. Like how I'm gonna have IT, like I'm gonna do the dead-end job and have IT as a backup. So like at my risk, the risk is the software development job, but the IT is like the backup career path thingy. Also, that was a, oh, never mind. Holy freaking Christ, man. I swear to God, if this thing gets cut off, that'd actually be kind of cool, but at the same time, I swear to God, if this gets cut off from the, I don't think it does a very small fossil. Yeah, it's hard to start, because it's like, well, you have to start from the bottom. I mean, it's the same as a career, though. It's like you have the first, like in IT, for example, the first job is going to be the hardest job. After that, it's smooth sailing. It's the same as IT, or actually careers in general. It's like the first job is fine, but or the second job and jobs after that are fine, but it's the first job that matters. Same with programming, actually. Well, actually, I think any career possible, but it's the same with entrepreneurship. It's like once you actually, it's hard to earn that first dollar, but once you start earning the dollars, and you can start building up. Obviously, that depends on your cap, your market cap, and how valuable you actually are to a market or whatever. But I mean, you know, that's on you, honestly, to do the research. Oh yeah, compound interest. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna be investing at some point. That's why I'm going to software development, because sweet money for that's sweet money for investing. Uh, yeah, kind of crazy, but I mean. But yeah, I already have like a sort of a portfolio set up for that, so I mean that's a thing. I need to rehash on that when I get to that point. That's also the other reason why I'm not really a big fan of, going to the IT job, because it takes so long to get even decent money. But if you think about it, programming job, you can make like 6 figures in like 2 years. You could bank like half or three-quarters of that money and then use the rest for or whatever it is, depending on how much money you make. Even 6 figures with it theoretically, if you had like 6 figures with taxes, this is including the taxes. You have 6 figures. You could like make like you could take 50K or even more of it and put it in your bank or put it in an investment portfolio using index funds, income-based dividend investments, or a dividend income. No, it's dividend income portfolio. Um, Over a period of time, you can make some serious bank really fast. Start replacing your income with or you could just start using the income from the dividends to just reinvest, called the DRIP dividend reinvestment plan or whatever it's called. All right, I think this is good for now. Can't believe I'm already at 46. I did 9 layers in 3 days, which isn't that bad, honestly. It's better than most weeks, as sad as that sounds. I really don't like doing just 9 layers, and it's alright though. Look up. Have you ever looked up RYLD G no JESPI or something like that? Those they're called dividend income investments. They're basically just high yielding investments. Go up to like 9%, and they're fairly safe too. Call in sick to work. Yeah, I'd recommend looking at. Just look up dividend investments, dividend income strategies, or just look up QYLD. Just look up that. It's the most popular of all of them, so it's crazy how powerful those income investments. But I'd recommend looking it up. That's what I'm investing into, at least. But yeah. All right. I'll see you later. Maybe tomorrow, hopefully. I say that, then I don't stream, so never really know. I may wake up, I may get 12 hours of sleep or whatever and not stream. Because that has happened a few times, actually. It's so annoying. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'll see you later.